future, it doesn't just arrive, it's born inside each of us, waiting to be ignited. At Kagiso Trust, we believe the future lives in you. We've walked beside the dreamers, the doers, the job seekers, and the leaders, igniting the spark of potential that lies deep inside. When we unlock that potential, we don't just build careers or businesses, we build a future shaped by your hands, your dreams, your courage. It's all inside of you. This is more than just a chance. It's a movement, a promise that with the right support, dreams turn into reality, hope turns into achievement, and potential turns into legacy. The Kagiso Trust is here to work with you every step of the way, because the future isn't just ahead of us, it is inside of us all. Kagiso Trust, igniting human capacity.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start for day 2 of Regenerative Futures 2026. So if you could just kindly take your seats, don't be afraid to sit together and come a little closer to the stage. We're going to begin in the next 2 minutes or so. Thank you, everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask you to please take your seats as we begin.
I'm Bradley Dickens, and this is my wife Charlene.
Okay, on that note, I think because we were all watching Bafana yesterday, spirits are good, spirits are high. I have to tell you a story. Just as I walked in, the co-founder of Food from Zanzi didn't even greet me today. He just looked at me and said, Bafana, it's Convened. And I looked at him, he's like, but you don't follow the football. What's the problem? So congratulations to Bafana. I think they deserve a whoop whoop as we celebrate a bit of national pride. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, distinguished guests and speakers, for joining us, to the farmers, the researchers, partners in knowledge and academia. Thank you all for joining us for day 2 of Regenerative Futures 2026. This is an inaugural conference that is being convened by Kagiso Trust in partnership with Food from Zanzi. So thank you very much. And of course, yesterday was essentially about us grounding this conversation in knowledge, in an informal knowledge building space where, you know, people that contribute to agriculture, change makers, people in supporting fraternities gathered here to discuss everything from how policy works. The farmers' experiences were acknowledged in the space yesterday, and we got to really build on systems thinking, as it were. So I think today the focus is going to shift slightly into implementation, because, like I'm going to repeat myself, yesterday I did mention that this is not a conference for the sake of a conference. We're going to walk out of here and we're going to be implementers. We're going to be pragmatic about the knowledge that we gained here and collaborate in meaningful ways. So essentially today is going to be about that, making sure that we explore how regeneration is being shaped through markets, through learning, through measurement, training, and collaboration, as I've mentioned as well. So thank you all, and I'd like to also acknowledge those that are watching online via YouTube and Facebook. Thank you very much. We are streaming audio visually there on the Food from Zanzi pages, as well as Kagiso Trust. So thank you to those that are joining us online. We appreciate it. So before we get into the panel discussions, I'd like to take this opportunity for all of us to welcome a distinguished academic, a thought leader. She's a farmer herself. A lot of us have been watching how she has sort of been having a very progressive, interesting conversation on artificial intelligence and how we can use it as a tool. What does it mean to use it as a tool? What does it mean to build on your critical thinking and not to substitute it? And I have to say, I've learned a tremendous amount from watching those Instagram lives that she's been hosting. But today, she joins us in her capacity as the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Town. She's also a farmer. She is just a fierce woman in the space of regeneration and leadership as a conversation. So she, of course, has always challenged us to think differently about critical thinking, about systems, about transformation. And there is something about how she speaks that ignites some of that in all of us, that we can all lead, no matter how big or how small your stage is. So an honor for me to welcome Professor Mamokgethi Pakeng, who's going to open the space with a keynote address this morning.
Good morning. The program director said we are excited about what Bafana did last night. I think the key word is we are tired because we didn't sleep. But we are indeed excited. So good morning, the program director, Kagiso Trust, Food from Zanzi, farmers, investors, researchers, students, entrepreneurs, and everyone seated here this morning. Let me begin by saying thank you to Ivo and his team for organizing such a powerful and timely conference. I was actually telling my team that if I had no engagements yesterday, I would have been here for day one, just to listen, because I believe there's so much one can get from such a conference, especially for me as a new farmer. And I'll tell the story as I go along. I was drawn to the theme, Regenerative Futures South Africa, building a regenerative farming ecoversity. The first part of the theme asks something difficult of us, particularly in our South African context. It asks whether we are willing to rethink the way we farm, whether we are willing to rethink the way we invest, the way we measure productivity, the way we talk about land, and even the way we understand the economy itself. That should be fascinating to everyone in this room. I also love the second part of the theme of the conference, which is building a regenerative farming ecoversity. This part now challenges the arrogance of the traditional university. And I say this as someone who loves universities and who loves education, particularly higher education, and values what it does to lives of people, especially those from low socioeconomic background. I've spent most of my life inside of universities at different levels, and as someone who has led them, I know that universities can be arrogant and resistant to change. If there's any place that is change averse, it's universities. People think it's the church. The church has changed much. Universities don't. We're not going to debate that today, but I want to put it out there. Universities sometimes behave as if knowledge only becomes knowledge once it is peer-reviewed and discussed in professional circles. But agriculture teaches you different things. It teaches you humility very quickly. It teaches you that knowledge sits in the soil. It also sits in the worker who can hear from the ground of a chicken, from the sound of a chicken, if something is wrong, and if Gogo Mkhize from Umhlabu Yalingana, who knows which seed survives which season. But above all, farmers know that knowledge in this industry comes from failing, observing, repeating, and indeed from getting it wrong and having to pay for it. I mean, as I talk to you, and let me digress a little bit, we are raising the second flock of day-old chicken in our farm in the Free State. We had to start with rearing, even though we do poultry and eggs. Rearing was not in the foreground when we started in 2023. But in 2020, towards the end of 2024, we had to get into rearing because we couldn't get day-olds. And so we decided to build a rearing house and rear our own day-olds, and then we can take them to the layer side. Of course, we've got about 110 layers on the farm in the Free State. We've got other operations elsewhere. But it's interesting how with the second one is learning. Just I get into the rearing house, just in the way they chirp, I can tell whether they're healthy or not. When there's mortality, I don't say only 5 died. I do the post-mortem myself, or I ask my staff, what's the post-mortem? What did you see? They don't have to be vets, but from experience, they get to learn what's going on. I can tell the health of the chicken by looking at the eggs as they come through. Whether their size or whatever, I can tell the quality of the shell. And so farming teaches you a lot. And of course, having escaped avian flu in 2023 and 2024 as new farmers, like, yes, this is it. And someone said, well, you know, I do these AI sessions, and a colleague who's a professor in Australia visited me a few weeks ago. And on a Thursday evening, I was giving a talk on the ethical use of AI in academia, Thursday evening, online. And then on Friday morning, I was in Cape Town, and I'm on the call on a meeting. I'm chairing a meeting with the staff at the farm, at the sales team at the head office. And I jumped as I clapped hands because it was 4 weeks of pullets. and they were overweight. I was like, yeah, congratulations. And she laughed. She's like, wow, Khedi, I can't believe this. So you moved from AI to clapping about your pullets having gained weight. And they're alive. There's no mortalities today. But farming teaches you humility because you know what could go wrong. And that is why the idea of an ecoversity is important. After having all the education and all the publication and all the international regard and all the ratings, the top ratings as a scientist, I'm learning important knowledge that matters. It is saying that if we are serious about regeneration, we must also regenerate how we learn. There isn't just one way to learn. We must regenerate how we value knowledge. Of course, I come to this topic, as I said, from an interesting position. I was in academia for 30 years. I was a professor, a university executive, a rated scientist, and even vice chancellor of some university on some mountain somewhere. But the point is that my world was universities, it was research, students, councils, senates, meetings, strategic plans, rankings, policies, student protests, difficult people, even more difficult people who think they are not difficult. In 2023, I left that very comfortable zone, a zone that had become comfortable after 30 years, and entered the world of entrepreneurship, business, and through business, I entered farming. I had no knowledge whatsoever about farming, nothing. And the very first thing I learned is that farming is a very strict teacher. In academia, if you make a mistake, you may get a reviewer comment. And in farming, if you make a mistake, things die, money disappears, and production drops. The weather does not care. The animals do not say, ah, shame, she's still learning, she was an academic before. They respond to your competence, not even your degree or your title. But I was prepared to learn. And now 3 years later, you can wake me up from the deepest sleep and I can tell you about poultry and eggs, the whole value chain. I can talk about feed, mortality, disease, egg production, housing, water, and even biosecurity. I even have theories about who to hire and who not to hire because these are our biological assets. So your master's degree means nothing. These are biological assets that can disappear in a jiffy. I now value agriculture and respect nature way more than I ever did. I always tell young people who look down on farming as a career that actually, if agriculture collapses, nobody is important. Food is the number one infrastructure of civilization. Before we talk about AI, the fifth industrial revolution and smart cities, we must ask a very basic question. Who is feeding the people? Who is feeding the people? And what costs, at what cost to the land that feeds them? Because the land carries the weight too. And that's where regenerative farming comes in. In my view, humility is one of the first requirements of regenerative agriculture. Anyone who enters this space thinking they know everything is already in danger to the land. Even if you have been farming for 30 years, you still have to learn and unlearn. There's always something to learn and unlearn. The climate is changing, the soil is changing, technology is changing, diseases and pests are changing. What worked for your father may not work for you. What worked yesterday may not work tomorrow. The land is alive, and anything alive requires attention, humility, and constant learning and negotiation. So when people fight and say, we want land, I often wonder, do they know what's on the land? That what the land requires. Getting a piece doesn't mean you get healthy land that you can do something on it. Do we even know how to keep it alive and serving us? The regeneration imperative, therefore, begins with us starting to treat the land like it's a little baby and treating water like it's gold. Because after all,
It's not guaranteed. Remember, more than a business, farming is a living system. Of course, it must make money. I'm an entrepreneur now. And so I understand very well that the luxury of academia doesn't apply anymore. If the numbers don't work, the dream will not survive and I won't be able to pay my staff. But farming is not like selling shoes or running a call center. You are dealing with life. You're dealing with seeds, soil, animals, timing, and living systems can be strengthened or weakened. They can be nourished or exhausted. They can be respected or abused. And when they are abused long enough, they eventually send the invoice. And unfortunately, South Africa is already receiving that invoice. We know about day zero when it comes to water. Our farmers are forced to adapt under pressure. We have one disease after another. It's food and mouth today, it's avian flu tomorrow. So the regenerative imperative for South Africa is a matter of survival. It's not a luxury. It's a matter of whether we can continue producing food without destroying the very systems that make food production possible. Regeneration is what will keep the system alive while the system keeps us alive. We've been taught to ask how much did you produce? How many tons? How many hectares? How many eggs? How many cattle? Those questions are important. Obviously, we can't feed people without environmental ideology. A farmer must produce, but if output is achieved by exhausting the soil, you produce today by making tomorrow weaker. Then we can't call that productivity. You are actually borrowing from the future if we do that. Or perhaps stealing is a better way of putting it, stealing for the future to feed today. And in this day and age, the more important question is, what happened to the soil while you were producing? It's not just about how much we produce, it's what's happened to the soil. What happened to water? What happened to biodiversity? What happened to the next generation's ability to produce from that same land? Regenerative agriculture asks us to think differently. It demands that we produce in a way that restores the living systems that actually produce for us. It asks us to care about the health of the soil, about water retention, about biodiversity, about carbon, animal welfare, and so on. It says the farm must actually create conditions for future value. Just a few days ago, Nescafe reported a major regenerative agriculture sourcing milestone. More than half of its green coffee came from farmers adopting regenerative agriculture practices in 2025. More than 100,000 coffee farmers across 15 countries received training in regenerative agriculture. Now, of course, big companies do not wake up one morning and become saints. No, they don't. They're watching their balance sheet. They do this because supply chains are under pressure. Climate risk is real, and long-term access to commodities is no longer guaranteed. But that is exactly the point. Regeneration is becoming a value chain conversation. It's no longer just a luxury to talk about it or an academic exercise. It's an investment conversation, a risk conversation, and a market conversation all at the same time. And if global companies are beginning to understand that regeneration is linked to long-term supply security, what exactly are we waiting for in South Africa? We must not wait until regeneration is imported back to us as a package solution with foreign consultants. And that's the problem with us sometimes. We ignore something while it is local, whilst it is indigenous, and whilst it is obvious. Then someone outside gives it a framework, or maybe an academic who's never been on the farm at all, never touched the soil, never seen chicken or cattle grow. They give it a framework, they put it in a report, they present it in Davos, and then suddenly, voila, innovation, we call it. No, many regenerative principles have been known by farmers, practicing farmers, and indigenous communities for generations. The problem is not that we have no knowledge, but that certain knowledge only becomes respectable when it arrives wearing a suit and tie. But of course, we must not romanticize the past. Some people speak about indigenous knowledge as if everything that happened in the past or everything old was automatically good. No, of course it wasn't. Some old practices were wise. Some were limited by time. Some must be recovered. Some must be improved. Some must be left behind. Regeneration is not a matter of going backwards. It's not always about going backwards. We must bring together the best of ecological wisdom, scientific research, farmer experience, technology, market intelligence, and moral courage. Sometimes I wonder how many university lecture rooms that teach agriculture graduates have ever had a farmer straight from the farm to come and talk to them just for an hour. Actually, even just to tell them that your degree is not going to make you the best farmer ever. Just to tell them the realities of the soil. That is why this conference is important. It is not enough for regenerative agriculture to exist in scattered pockets. You have one pilot here, one enthusiastic farmer there, one funder-based, or maybe funder-backed project in another province. South Africa needs a coordinated regenerative economy. We need a system design, investment alignment, training systems, and more than anything, we need courage. You know, courage is what we need in some of these many spaces in this country. And courage is important because regeneration will require us to challenge this dangerous lie that farming is low-skill work. This lie, I always say, needs to die. It must die publicly, actually. You know, and the reason why I post on my social media pages, not always, sometimes, my farming activities, and to the amusement of many people who take a video of me driving my new tractor that I'm very proud about on my farm, and they put it there and they say, look what a PhD from Vets does. And then they show, alongside a picture of someone who got a PhD at Columbia, and they say, check, what's better? Because they assume if you drive a tractor, you are low class. And then, of course, the video trends. And I go, wow, only in this country. That people don't realize the fact that a woman can buy a tractor, and actually they should be asking me, how do I know how to drive it? And how did I know which tractor to choose? And what am I going to use the tractor for? No, they think a PhD shouldn't be driving a tractor. So the lie that farming is a low-skill work must die. It must die publicly, it must die loudly, and it must die permanently. I hope that happens in my lifetime. In fact, that's one of the reasons why when I launched the Make Education Fashionable Convocation Awards last year, I introduced the Youth in Agriculture Award. And of course, the winner walked with 20,000 K. It was a young woman from the Eastern Cape who manufactures feed, but actually takes one of the components from algae in Hartebees, in many dams, and puts it there. Anyone who's in chicken farming will know that about 60 to 70% of the profit you make goes to feed. And of course, there's particular things that we want in the feed. But here's the thing. The reason why the Youth in Agriculture Award is important, it's got strict requirements. We want you to have a degree. It doesn't have to be in agriculture. But what we're saying, and you have to be 35 or below from anywhere on the continent. And what we're saying with that is that, you know, the fact that you have a degree doesn't mean that you cannot be a farmer. You can still be a successful farmer. We want BCom graduates to understand that farming can be for them too. They'll bring the, I don't think my knowledge is irrelevant in that space. It's still very irrelevant, my analytical way of looking at things when I meet with my farming staff and so on and so forth. So there's something important about making farming, normalizing farming as a young person in this country, whether you're a graduate. In fact, particularly because you're a graduate, that you can't say I'm unemployed, and if I say come and work at my farm, you say it's low class, you don't drive tractors. But the point is that I want young people to see a farmer and not think, oh, shame, they could not get a job in corporate. I want them to look at a farmer and think, there goes a systems thinker. There goes an entrepreneur. There goes someone feeding the country. There goes someone who understands climate, markets, biology, risk, and patience. That's how I would like our young people to look at farmers. All of us seated here today have a duty for the sake of this country to make farming intellectually fashionable, to make it economically viable, and certainly socially respected. We must make it clear that agriculture is not a fallback option, but a future-building sector. The Make Education Fashionable convocation is my own way of contributing to that shift. And this year, the category is called Agricultural Innovation and Impact Award, precisely because we want to recognize those who are contributing to agriculture through innovation, enterprise, technology, sustainability, food production, climate smart practice, and serious community impact. In closing, Bagaetsho, I want to remind us of something we should never forget. Agriculture is power. Whoever controls food systems controls life. Whoever controls land controls possibility. Whoever controls markets controls who eats, who learns, who grows, and who survives. So when we speak about regenerative agriculture, we are speaking about power, survival, dignity, and the future of this country. The regenerative imperative of South Africa is very clear. We must produce food, but we must also restore soil. We must grow markets, but we must also support farmers. We must use technology, but we must also respect lived knowledge. We must care about the environment, but we must also care about profitability. These things belong together. The farmer who cannot make money will not stay in the land. That's a fact. The land is not cared for. The land that is not cared for will not keep feeding us. If we want it to continue feeding us, we've got to care for it. But more than caring, more than talking, more than agreeing with one another, we must do, we must get things done, we must get our hands dirty. Because one day, future generations will ask what we did when the signs were there for us to see. They will ask whether we gathered in conferences, listened to thought-provoking conversations, took pictures and went home, or whether we built something. I know we will be able to say we built. We built a regenerative economy that worked for farmers and workers. And of course, that we built a new story about farming, that farming is sacred, scientific work, strategic work, and entrepreneurial work. And if we are wise, it can also be regenerative work. And if an academic who once knew very little about farming can now drive her own tractor and vaccinate chicken, perhaps South Africa can too learn, unlearn, and become something more regenerative than it has ever been. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Prof. I don't know if you would be open to one or two questions, because you have ignited something in people and how we think. So if there's anyone that would like to engage Professor Mamokgethi Phakeng, or I think now she prefers to be called Mulimi, Farmer Mamokgethi Phakeng. Any questions? I think this is a wonderful opportunity to engage her. And also, I think it's so wonderful that she has reminded us that agriculture is life, agriculture is science, agriculture is philosophy. Thank you, Professor Nadia Malan. Agriculture is a philosophy, right? But yes, any questions, especially for those that don't inherently come from agriculture? You are contributors as well in many wonderful ways. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Molimi. I follow her on Twitter, so I know those videos that she's speaking about.
You are one of the ones who were commenting.
Okay, just what an inspiration. I mean, we all know her as the Vice Chancellor up there in the mountain, but it's just so inspiring to see the transition that you have made, and it's so inspiring to the nation. And by the way, your keynote felt like a family meeting. It felt like a national address. So I'm not sure how many people will be privy to this video, but I'm sure Food Mzansi will make sure that it's broadcasted across the country. My question is particularly, if you can just maybe take a deep dive. For many of us, I mean, myself, I'm not previously from agriculture, I'm from commerce, but it's a space I entered as an entrepreneur. I work with other farmers, so I'm learning as I go. How easy was the transition from your 30-year career to farming? And I want you to just indulge us a bit in terms of getting access to the land, the finance, the workers, the community, because many of the young people in the country, even adults, graduates who would like to enter farming, there's often a premium that you'll have to pay, either from your savings or you go for finance. There's a lot of things that are involved in getting that piece of land to work, as you are saying. How easy it was for you, and can you just take us maybe through some of the challenges that you had to overcome, even though you are well extinguished? And I'm saying that at the back of, there's a video I watched a couple of months ago where Sizwe Nxasana, I'm sure many of you will know, he's a founder of a very prestigious educational group, schools, but he was just explaining that even though he was CEO of First Rand Telkom, for him to found a group of schools to raise money, it was so difficult in the country that he had to go and dip to his savings. Only after 4 or 5 years that financial organizations came because they saw the success. So I just want you to take us through your journey from transitioning from academia to farming in the practical terms. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you for the question. First, let me say I do farming in South Africa and also outside South Africa. So, and I mean, I've got lots of stories to tell about the difference. But in terms of entering, I was so lucky. I mean, you know that. I think what happened to me at that university on the mountain has never happened before. I don't think any vice chancellor would ever get a send-off, the kind of send-off that I got. I don't think it's happened in history, and I don't think it will ever happen in the future, because I think in the process of my hurt, I taught a lot of lessons because they gave me a very generous send-off. So actually, the farm that we are working on in Free State, you know, it's all shareholder funded. We didn't need any money from it. And that's thank you to the send-off that I got at the mountain. I mean, I have to say thank you. I mean, I think there are at least so one academic from that space. You have to say to them, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Because I tell you, if it wasn't for that, it would have been very different. But I'm definitely sure it has never happened and I know that it will never happen. And that's the result of when you are in the job. I did my job to the T, got performance bonuses every year. At the end, you don't want me, you can't just kick me out or discipline me for what. You have to give me a nice send-off, and then I'll say, fine, I'll go. And then I go start a new life. So I started a new life in that way. Okay, of course, people do whatever they like with their windfall. I decided to invest. So in terms of, actually, it's only this year. I mean, I think we applied for funding from the IDC probably 18 months ago. We just got a response now. And really is to expand. Is to expand because we want to, produce 1 million eggs per day. At the moment, we're producing about 110 eggs per day. And then we rear our own chicken, So yeah. And of course, we thought if they didn't, we would still survive. I mean, I've learned politics of this thing. So in terms of the resources, that's the story. In terms of the knowledge, that was made easy by the person we bought the farm from here. Outside the country, it's a different story because it's land, there's family, there's history. So some of the things actually I would test there when it comes there. It's road runners that we are raising, lots and lots of them, different breeds. And here it's, we've got to keep things differently because they're in cages and so on. So the person we bought the farm from, we bought it with one hen house that was holding 25,000 chicken, with staff and all, everything. And then within a year, we built the second hen house, 27,000 chicken. And so we inherited staff, ways of being. We started with one client. And did he do us in? But he taught us lessons. I mean, he made a lot of money from us because we didn't know who, we're buying feed from them, we sell them the eggs, we sell them pulp and so on and so forth. So we learned a lot from them. And from that one, now, the numbers look good. I mean, it's just amazing, right? But we continue to work with that person. He's an experienced farmer in the area, knows the area, comes in. Well, I mean, that farmer is not the one we bought the farm from. He was working with the farmer who owned the farm. And for me, it's the importance of not, when you buy the farm, you don't kick the person off and everyone. You buy the place, it comes with tradition, with people, with whatever. You can't throw everyone out and say, I'll bring my own outfit. We kept the people in, and after a year, we were like, hey, we can't buy from you. We've got new clients, we need this. Now we're going to sell to other people, but we still buy feed from him. Now we are working on reviving our feed mill, and so that we can do our own feed, because but that's complex. So we kept the relationships that were there. We visited a few farms also. The farmer who produces like 1 million in the area, we visited them to see how they're doing. I mean, it's interesting when you reach out to people. People are very generous. And then coming to staff, we kept the staff that's there. We hired new people. And let me tell you, I've learned something since I left universities. It's not the degree that makes someone do a good job. We do have in the team, we have someone, of course, who's a graduate. I don't even know. They've got dual postgraduate, but I don't know what they study. But I know they've got, and they are looking after biosecurity. They must make sure the reading is, up to scratch. They must scan the area, what's coming up, whether avian flu is popping up in Mexico or wherever, it can quickly be here. So we keep the whatever. The people who work in the farm, we hire people from the community. The farm managers, we had 2 women, one from here in Gauteng, the other one who don't have anything post-matric. We got a farm manager from another farm to come and mentor them for 3 months, working with them, whatever. But I mean, as I say, I have weekly meetings with the farm staff and sales staff. They are not all in the same place. But what I learned is much more important with staff on the farm. Of course, people have different kinds of backgrounds, but I want hard work, I want focus, I want willingness to learn, I want loyalty. Loyalty goes way more, because if you're loyal, you're willing to learn, we can do something. If you come here with your big head, that you have a degree from Harvard and what, you just want, it's not gonna work. Because, I need to know if something goes wrong with the electricity, the generator doesn't kick in and whatever. I want people who will get into gear, who don't say, hey, my shift is over. The other people who are coming, who are still, because they've got to have a shower and get into PPE before they go. We want people who will get on with. I want people who, in another farm, if someone is stealing cattle 1 every 3 months, I want them to snitch. Because they understand that if this thing falls apart, they actually don't have a job. And the community is dying. So loyalty goes a long way. And then willingness to learn. So we share, we are members of the organization SAPA here and so on. We share information. I read so much. I mean, it was a steep learning curve, because 2023 was the year when avian flu was at the height. The farms were closing down. Once you have infection, government, you must cull everything. Everything closes down. I mean, some are still struggling to come on board. And I guess it's also being a new farmer that made our biosecurity is just so hectic. Hectic. People would rather not go into the hen houses because we want them to have a shower before they go. Did you see what I mean? Like, so we have escaped things that have caught experienced farmers, some of it because we are new farmers, some of it because we want to do things right as new farmers, but also that we are still learning, we're reading so much that we want to do it right. We don't get there with, we are experts. And with, as we are meeting with our current potential donor, it's like I was telling them, guys, the experience that we have built since 2023 is just amazing. Young people, there's one who's just come, who came 2 years ago with a BSc degree from Free State, very enthusiastic. They stay at the farm, they do everything. So we've built capacity on the go, of course, with the help of UOM. UOM remains a constant collaborator. UOM is with us all the way. UOM supports us. But in a way, we are also, our success is UOM's success, because we buy feed from him. So we have a good relationship with UOM in that way. Of course, he used to get eggs for cheap for us, but we have a good relationship. For us, UOM must survive because we must survive. And for UOM, we must survive because he must survive. So there's something there that's useful. Of course, in South Africa, there's many other things to manage that you don't manage in other political environments outside the country. We've had letters, if you get a letter that just pops into the email, of course, they wouldn't write to me because, I'm undercover here. Every video that I share on social media is not from the farm in South Africa, because South Africans, it's from my farming stuff outside the country. They should never find it. We have had letters that say revolutionary greetings. We've had that. And we have, having worked at a university, I know how to deal with revolutionary greetings, And now I don't meet with the small people. So I have a hierarchy, and then I study who's the mayor, where does she come from, what is her track record, whatever, and then I set up a meeting with the mayor. They think they are fighting with the small people who are at the farm manager, the operations manager. I will go and meet with the mayor. But I don't have to do that outside the country. Outside this country, in Zim, guys, the law is the law. The law is the law. Here is a different matter. I've got to handle revolutionary greetings with political prowess. So I meet with the mayor, I present to the mayor, this is when we started. Because the assumption also in this country is that if you're a farmer, you are black, someone gave you money. That's the assumption. And it's a very problematic assumption because the idea is that you didn't deserve it. It comes from everyone across racial spectrum, So people think because it's not your money, you must share with us 30%. Why hopola 30%? The 30% story, these things are I never thought in my whole entire life I would stand up and say it's much better to do farming in Zim than in SA. I never thought it would be. But I mean, we are surviving. We have 99.9% of the people we employ are from the community. When we do vaccinations, we employ young women. Their hands are tender. The chicks. This year, like we were vaccinating 2 weeks ago, we struggled to find young people, so girls, because they have to be after matric, those who are unemployed. We got the guys. It's amazing you see the effect because we had all the mortalities that we had was because of internal bleeding, because the men just squeeze it too much. So you got to get the young ones who, they're unemployed, they're at home. So we call them in, they come, they vaccinate, By the end of 2 days, we vaccinated all of that. So we serving the community as much as we growing a nation, as much as we are learning, as much as we are running a business. So it's a long answer, ne?
Thank you very much. We've unfortunately run out of time, ladies and gentlemen, but I think that response was wholesome because you have shown us that it's community work, it's development, it's creating jobs. Dr. Darlene Lowe of Agriculture, Gauteng, would be very happy to know that jobs are not just being created in South Africa through her work. They're being created in Southern Africa. So I think that's just such a wonderful story. And if we pull resources together, we can farm. We can farm. We can do it. It's really possible. And we can do it regeneratively as well. Okay, so our first panel for the day, I will be moderating. We're going to be looking at retailers' perspective on regeneration, right? So how does this food that has been cultivated regeneratively end up on our plates? That's essentially the question. But there's so many nitty-gritties that come with that, so much that is encompassed in, what needs to happen at a retail level, at, being able to understand what the consumer needs are at a certain point. So my panelists for this particular discussion, I've got James Lonsdale, who's National Sustainability Manager at the SPAR Group. To join the panel, Gary Jackson, founder of Jackson's Real Food Market and Eatery. Dr. Jaap Not, who is conservation agriculture facilitator as well as a farmer. Mike Leslie, partner at Clan Leslie Estates, as well as Bertie Kutsia, who is Lawyer Land Farm, from Lawyer Land Farm, I beg your pardon. If they can join me on stage. Thank you. Okay, it's a gentleman's club as we kickstart conversations. Thank you very much for joining me. I think this is a very critical layer in the conversation on agriculture, everybody, because yesterday we got to really unpack the policies and advocacy and talk about investment and all the hard stuff that determines what then happens from a decision-making level and then how that filters down. So today, as we look at those themes of what then happens once we've got the finances, once we've got the means to regenerate, how does the food then end up with the end user, that being you and me? So we're going to talk about that and really look at this particular forum from that perspective. And once again, I do like the conversations to be interactive. So you can start preparing your questions if there's anything you'd like to understand around, value chain and the sourcing of food and the relationship between the producers and the gentlemen that are sitting on the stage with me. James, I'd like to start with perhaps your perspective. You've worked for many years through the SPAR Group and in other chains looking at the process of retail, which for a long time has been not understood by many. So perhaps you can give us perspective as to what the biggest challenges are. I think perhaps that's a good place to start. What are the biggest challenges in the food, food system space in South Africa at the moment?
Very good question. Is this on?
Yeah,
Yes. Okay,
that's the
good.
one.
No, thanks for that. Look, I think from a retail perspective, and this again is, please take it that it is from a retail perspective, but the food system is responsible for a third of global greenhouse gas emissions. And obviously, as a food retailer, that impacts our whole decarbonization strategy. In fact, if you look at what we term our Scope 3 emissions, food production is the largest component of that. It's one of the areas that we don't have any control over, unlike our own, let's call it operational emissions, Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. But the other issue with the food system is that it tends to exclude small scale farmers. It's very difficult for smaller producers to enter the formal food system. It's very wasteful. A third of all food produced goes to waste. And in the South African context, a lot of that food waste is actually taking place at farm level and at post-harvest handling. And some of that actually is caused by retail, who create a specification for product that will state that whatever it is, a carrot has to look a certain way, it may not have any blemishes on it, and anything that does have a blemish on it can't be sold to retail. So what does the farmer do with it? I think another aspect is we know that it impacts biodiversity. We know that it impacts soil health and soil degradation, and it's a massive user of water. And as retailers, we have got investors and shareholders that are very interested in how we are handling those particular elements. Thank you.
Well, that's interesting, and perhaps that's especially considering the fact that people are now becoming more aware of where their food comes from and who's growing the food. And I think you present something so wonderful and so needed in how you have approached the retail alternative model to food with the Jackson Food Market and Eatery. And for those that have been there, we know that you have a very close relationship with the producers themselves. So let's talk about how you actually run the alternative model. What does a regenerative retail model look like in practice?
Thanks very much. We do things very differently to any other retailer, and we do that intentionally. We're about starting from the bottom up, and we believe that there's a hunger problem in this country. Number one, there's an unemployment problem in this country, and the quality of food is a problem. And what is sprayed on the food is toxic and putting us into hospital, and our hospitals are bursting. So what we do is we took a decision 10 years ago to focus only on the small farmer, only on the passionate farmer. You've got to have it in your heart. In the old days, they used to call the Portuguese farmers green fingers, and that sticks. You've got to love what you do and do it sustainably. The benefit of using small farmers is that they cannot afford pesticides and herbicides. So they find ways, whether it's the ancient methods or new methods. We're also very focused on getting farmers together because they learn from each other. And that network is critical because it's very lonely as a farmer. You're out in the field and you're on your own and you've got to make decisions and you've got to deal with Mother Nature. So in essence, we don't buy from any factory food suppliers. We don't buy from big brands. We realized very quickly that to get on a shelf is so difficult in big retail. So all we're really doing is creating meterage of shelves for the small guys to be able to try and market and sell their product. And that has grown phenomenally. We're not talking about a small health store. We're talking about 3 footprints of over 1,000 square meters per store. It's crazy. But that shows you that the people are out there. They're willing, they're entrepreneurs, they want to try. And if you don't mentor your suppliers and you don't keep close with your suppliers, there's no future for our business.
Okay. Bertie, perhaps that's where you can come in, because you're going to bring in a farmer's perspective. What do the farmers need from retailers so that, you know, the way you farm regeneratively can make sense for the end user? What does a farmer need in this context?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. I must say I'm more on my nerves in this panel a lot than the farmers panel. Although 90% of my work is actually as a retailer, even though I'm a farmer. And yeah, if I can just come in with James, I think for me what makes this conference important is the fact that talking about food waste, literally regenerative farming is there. There shouldn't be any food waste. So our whole pig operation, we call them the pampoenvark, meaning the pigs, the pumpkin pork? Pumpkin pig, yeah. And the point is that we want the client to know, like, what is this pampoenvark? I get that call a lot. It's just like a breed or something. I'm like, no, it's very important that it sits there on a retail shelf saying pampoenvark, meaning people should start understanding that this pig is there to literally eat the pumpkins that is supposed to be food waste. Otherwise, we export them all the way to the Netherlands, and then in Rotterdam, you know, they tell us, yeah, what, the pumpkin is too big, this one is too small, that one is this and that. And literally we lose that, you know, and we would have wanted to use that on the farm instead of sending it all the way on a truck to Durban, all the way on a ship to Rotterdam, all the way to a packing warehouse, etc., and then lose the pumpkin as food waste on that side with all the other, you know, losses that went in between. So literally we harvest from the field. Then when we're done, we leave everything there for the pigs. They go clean the rest, they break all the pest cycles, and we plant organic maize into that. And I think that system is, you know, it's important that retail understand that. And I also think that it's important that us as farmers understand the retail part of business, which because me and Gary has known each other so long, and we have many agreements, many disagreements, but it's so important to understand what he works with. And as farmers, that's in the regen space, we've been doing this for many years. And in the beginning, I tried to go retail. And I realized, you know, it can't work like this. We need to go direct to the consumer because otherwise our story gets lost. And it's nobody's fault. It's just there's too many stops with the story on the way to the client. And we had to go and say, okay, we're going to process on farm. We're going to learn regen. We're going to train people on farm. We're going to start a logistics company. So I think my day is more logistics than farming, unfortunately, at this stage, but that's the reality we're in. But yeah, it's very important to understand the context, but having to go direct to consumer, we went from a commodity farm that farmed, for the co-op, maize, wheat, a little bit of animals, to literally building the whole circular model, and then having to become a marketer, a logistic guy. I'm speaking to clients a lot of the time, and we have to train the clients. What is stone ground flour? What is organic? How is it different? What is a pampoenvark? What is we call it rietskaap, our sheep, because meaning they only eat green stuff like reeds and weeds and stuff. But to get to what we need from retailers is, they are experts. We are farmers, so obviously to get to be an expert retailer for us is, it's very difficult because you don't skip the middleman and skip the retailer. You become the middleman and you become the retailer while being a farmer. And although I thrive and I relish the challenge, it is extremely difficult. And we work with Gary a lot. Dani and Francois work with Gary a lot. And I must say, the other challenge is that the Spar in our local town is just a phenomenal place, amazing people. But it is still a challenge even for us to sell locally in Spar. Not because anyone doesn't want to make it work. It's just a misunderstanding of what Regen is. The brands are so strong, actually, in that space that it's very hard to break into local communities with a new brand. It goes beyond Regen, actually. And what people want to be healthy, but still they are so hooked on the brands. And I think what me and Gary and Dani and Francois also spoke about last night is that the big thing we need from retailers to understand that you have to support us in everything, okay? Because as a Regen farmer, you are competing with specialists on everything. If you are competing with a cattle farmer that's got a massive feedlot, you are competing with a sheep farmer that only does sheep. You're competing with a maize meal brand that's been going for years and they have massive factories. So as a retailer, and I think Gary understands that from a long time, is you need to go and say, okay, send me Loverland. Okay, don't send me I only want your eggs or whatever. Send me Loverland, like bring everything, because we need to sell everything to be able to farm. Because in a Regen system, you can't go and say, oh, you know what, those pigs, we sold so many pigs, we need to scale the pigs. Because yeah, you can scale the pigs, but where are your feed coming from? We can't go into the normal market and go buy feed again. We have to mix our own feed. We have to grow our own feed. Then suddenly there's not enough pumpkin waste. Now you need to grow your pumpkin operation. So I think when a Regen farm is thriving, all your business models are in a balance, And then if a retailer says, okay, well, the eggs are going, you need to scale the eggs. I'm like, okay, well, can you give me 5 years? It's like
Yeah. Mike, perhaps you can address some of these issues because I'm trying to figure out, is the language the same and the dialect different, or are we completely different, speaking two different languages? What is the retailer not understanding about regenerative farming?
I think the most important aspect of it is the quality of the food. When I'm talking quality, I'm talking about nutrition. For far too long, we just bought with our eyes. So we want something that's looking aesthetically good, that's got no marks or blemishes on it. But at the end of the day, you can have, I'll give you an example, with a variety like Pink Lady apples. You can have a beautiful blush on a Pink Lady. It's got the same nutrition as a green Pink Lady, which has been picked on the inside of the tree, didn't get the same sunlight. Nutrition's exactly the same, but they won't pay for that. So I think the big thing is we need to produce more nutritious food. And I think that's the big drive with Regen, is we've got to stop killing everything. There's too many farmers just killing insects, and it just has such a big knock-on effect. And we need to really look after nature, look after what's under the ground, because essentially that's where the nutrition and everything's coming from. It's coming from the ground. And yeah, we're passionate about the soil and looking after that. And I do believe if we just stop taking the negative parts and damaging our ecosystem starts working for us. And that's where the whole Regen starts to come back, and nature bounces back incredibly quickly. Just got to give it a chance.
We've just got to give it a chance. But perhaps that's where we need to then move into looking at the system meeting the science of this. And yeah, perhaps you can answer that particular question and build on the thought around how we can make sure that we farm regeneratively, but that there is enough quality and enough volume to feed people, because food sovereignty is also very, very important here.
Sure, yeah, that's a good question. Thank you. When you talk about systems, I think we need to look at agronomic as well as systems wider. So from an agronomic perspective, I think we need to make sure that the food that is produced is healthy. On the research that we do with commercial farmers, we really try them to get them from both ends, either from the reduce more tillage, reduce it, and reduce the chemicals. But if that food is produced, where is it going? You can't mix that with the food in the silos. So that is one thing that I also realize is if you have a better product, you need to have a sort of a parallel system. I mean, we're also running a small business ourselves, and we want to buy from farmers. So we have a sort of an index that we use. The first non-negotiable is it should be non-GMO maize, non-GMO soya. But then what? Is that enough? So there must be systems in place that we can test it, and from there we need to see is the product better, and how is it going from the farmer to retail or to the consumer?
Okay, I think we've got about 10 minutes or so, and I'd like to prompt perhaps a farmer. If you're a farmer and you're interested to find out, I mean, are retailers asking for too much? Are they unrealistic in what they require from you as a regenerative farmer? Perhaps if there are any questions, I think it's important for us to engage one another on this one.
Can I go first? Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm so thankful for this platform. I think it's so important. And I do want to say I'm so thankful for SPAR, because between SPAR and Food Lovers Market, they are the only ones that's actually willing to buy from small-scale farmers. And I think what I started to realize a couple of years ago is, and this is the question, is because we know it's all about scale. Because at the end of the day, who does the retailer sell to? A couple of years, we started to farm with cocktail tomatoes, and I tried to sell them to the Spars and Impala Foods and all these guys that were willing to buy them from us. But the price that they could give me was just so low. There was no way I could sell it at that price, because ZZ2 would sell 2 of those at the same price. And the thing is, the consumers that buy from the Spar, they look for the cheapest thing. You know, so it's also about the consumer. Like my mother-in-law, when I tell her we sell our potatoes for 25 rand a kg, she said, I'll never pay that for potatoes. I said, but you're not my market, so it's okay. But my question is, how do we fix this problem of scale? Because the thing is, if someone like ZZ2, they can make 10 cents on a punnet of cocktail tomatoes, and it's fine for them. But for a small-scale farmer, he can't sell it for that price. So my question is, how do we solve that?
Should I take a stab at that one?
I think just take the jab.
So first of all, I think there's been some really good comments today, and some really good things to take note of. And I think the one thing we've got to remember is that, as a retailer, we're there to serve a customer and whatever our customer's needs are. And there is unfortunately quite a big misconception or misperception about, let's call it what they are, ugly fruit and veg. And the comment around the pink lady in the inside of the tree versus the outside of the tree, 100%. The same about a skew carrot versus a straight carrot. No difference in nutritional value. The question, though, is there demand for that skew carrot? Are you going to get the same price for that carrot? And case in point, you know, a lot of this waste that's taking place at farm level is because the market demand is for that straight carrot. You're going to get a certain price for it. There's a regulation or a packaging regulation that'll say a class 1 carrot has to look like X. Anything that's skew or bent becomes a class 2 carrot, and that automatically generates a lower price. And then as a farmer, you sit back and say, well, hang on a minute. I can't pack this, load it in a truck, and send it all the way to the market. So there is that fundamental problem we're dealing with, and that is, how do we educate consumers more around the nutritional value of imperfect fruit and veg? And I think that's a very important next step. When it comes to your challenge around scaling, interesting enough, from a SPAR perspective, we've had let's call it an inclusive supply program going in agriculture for just on 10 years now, where we're working at the moment with 12 small-scale farmers up in Limpopo, who also happen to be growing cocktail tomatoes, among other things. And the reality is they are so good at what they do that they have outgrown SPAR's demand. There's not enough demand in SPAR for those cocktail tomatoes. Bearing in mind, the other company you mentioned is also on shelf. And therefore, we are having to diversify markets and work with other prepackers and other retail groups to try and increase that demand. Because at the end of the day, you don't want to restrict the growth of the farmer because you're serving one customer. So I think my advice to you as a farmer in that regards is, don't only look at finding one customer. Make sure you diversify your market, because that's going to give you bigger potential to continue growing and to get rid of your crop. But yeah, we do sit with this problem around, as I said, the stuff that's not perfect, and it automatically generates a lower price and becomes actually unviable for you as a farmer. And I know that because we have the same problem with the SPAR Rural Hub program.
Yeah, we need to have a separate round table for this carrot thing, really. Because, I mean, if we're going to chop it anyway, what does it matter?
Yeah, exactly.
But before I come to you, Mark, I really want to get a response from Gary around this. Is there a significant gap between regenerative retail and the traditional form of retail? Is there a way for the two to meet and work together to solve the retail problems? What do you think about that?
Yeah, so you can't say retail because we're so different to the SPAR model.
Okay.
The SPAR model caters for people here all the way down with different income levels. Our model is very niche, and we cater for a very small market. And that's one of the reasons the big retailers don't go there, because they don't have enough feet, and they need feet, and they need turnover of stock. And so, we could never be a big retailer. We have to stay in our lane and work it. But I do want to comment on two quick things. The one is pricing. You mentioned pricing, and pricing is a tricky one. So we've experimented with a couple of things, and with the produce side, if you've got a lot of onions and you made the fatal mistake that farmers make, they plant with the hope to sell. And our approach is, don't put the seed in the ground until you get some kind of commitment from the farmer, from the retailer. That's a tough principle. And also the retailers are not great at that. We'll say, give me 1,000 onions. And then when you get to harvest time, we go, business is a bit bad. I'll only take 600. So what we try and do with the farmers is to say, if you have a surplus, what are you going to do with that surplus? And often they haven't got the money for diesel to drive to City Deep and sell it. And if they do, it'll just cover the diesel cost. So, what do? You put it in the compost heap. So we've got small farmers with massive compost heaps, and then you don't want them to go into the compost business. So what we try and do is, if you come to me with your straight carrot and you say, I want 20 Rand for it per carrot, this is just hypothetical. And I put it on the shelf for you because you honestly believe. You come to me with a soil test, you come to me with a water test, and you come to me with a PGS certificate to say that you are regenerative. And I say, okay, well, let's put it to the test. Let me help you with your label. Let me put my sweat in this, and I'm going to really try to get you 20 Rand a carrot. Put it on the shelf, 10 packets, nothing happens. They're still there. Now, they're going to expire at some point. And what do? Well, we go back to the farmer and we say, is it price, is it product, or is it quality? It has to be one of those three things. We talk about it. And so if for some reason you sell all 20 packets of of carrots at 20 Rand, you're probably never going to believe this, but we actually phone the farmer and say, you've sold out. I want you to realize that this product is amazing. We've got 8 different carrots on the shelf, but your one, from whatever you're doing with your soil, whatever you're doing on your farm, you're obviously paying attention to your soil, and that's where it starts. And so he deserves a premium, or she deserves a premium. So we'll say, you know what, next time I'll pay you 30 for that carrot. And I'll take half and you take half. We share the spoils. And so the supply-demand thing helps. And so the farmer, I know this goes against everything that SPAR says and their model, but we get the farmer involved in the pricing. Because and if you can't sell your stuff and you're not prepared to drop your price, we send you back to farming school because you've missed a chapter or two. So that's a big dynamic on pricing. Last comment on ugly veg. So, it's customer education, Bertie, and all of you, it's scary. And I don't want to sound condescending, but the average South African, from an MD right down to a sweeper, is ignorant about food and what it does to you. If you consume cheap food, it's going to cost you in the long run. Measuring nutrient density is very difficult. It's impossible, actually. But you can measure a couple of other things. But you've got to watch out for measuring, because measuring costs money. And then you're going to come to me and want 40 Rand for your carrot. So it's not easy. But dialogue, communication works. So on the ugly veg, we're looking at a model where we're going to have these bins. And if the farmer is going to drive all the way to B and bring his perfect straight carrots, I'm working on a project where I'll say, bring your ugly ones, because you're spending the petrol in any case. And let's see what I can do. You're going to lose if you put it on the compost heap. Let's try get you something for it. And then let's educate the customer to say, this is nutrient dense. This is a 10 out of 10 or an 8 out of 10. And it's a cheaper price. But it's not going to be cheap for long, because we're going to train you that the straight one and the skew one is close in nutrients. And funny enough, guys, the reality, Bertie, is that the ugly one, more than likely, is higher in nutrients than the straight one.
We need education on the ugly veg. I mean, I saw a potato trend for 3 weeks because it looked like Jacob Zuma, apparently. Madam, you'd like to ask something.
Sorry, hi. Yes.
Hi, I'm Debbie Matiucci. I'm from the South African Bioproducts Organization, and it's amazing this topic that I was going to ask a question about has been now debated, but it is very much the consumer, not only the retailer, that's creating that requirement, because we see it in our export fruit as well, and that's some of the reasons why our growers are under so much pressure, is because there's a discord between the retailer wanting, or sorry, the consumer wanting food that is produced responsibly and is produced in a way that is safe for their children. But at the same time, they're not willing to pay that premium to get that food on the table. And so it ends up forcing our growers to produce the more difficultly or in a more challenging way, but still maintaining that price. So where does the give come from? And I think that's what a retailer has a role to play in, but how you achieve that, I'm not sure. I think it needs to be all of us that plays a role in it, and all of us that, as we are consumers ourselves, that message needs to go across, is how does this get on our table? We need to start understanding all the complexities that come along with getting food on the table, so that when we buy it in the store, we know that this blemish is just visual and it doesn't have an impact on us from a health perspective, so that we are more inclined to pick those fruits when we're selecting.
Can I maybe just comment quickly on that? So I think one thing in that area where retailers can play a role is through through their private labels, where you could have let's call it a top tier private label, with that class 1 straight carrot, and then a sub tier where you now are selling a blemished or bent carrot or something like that, which is something that SPAR is trying to try and accommodate a much broader range of harvested crops. Obviously, anything that's not fit for human consumption, there's not much we can do with that, but where possible, we really are trying to help the farmer. But there are some crops where you just can't do that. When you get into highly perishable crops and berries and things like that, you're kind of stuck with going with class 1 products. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Gary, you can go.
Just one quick thing. I know a lot of you laugh about AI, and where does AI fit into a small farmer's life? Well, our dream 10 years ago, and it's not far away, where we're going to have absolute transparency in terms of what your food is about. It is coming. And in China, if you have a Samsung phone, I think it is, there's a little spectrometer already in your phone. We just haven't, or they haven't. This is the Bionutrient Association of South Africa. It's very costly to write the software and get the spectrometer to pick up nutrients. So our dream for the small farmer, and if you don't dream, you don't get anywhere. We know that. We started in a garage. It's insane. So my point is this. Imagine the day that you could walk into a supermarket with your phone and you could scan your carrot, and then you scan the other farm's carrot and the other farm's carrot, and your phone goes red, don't touch. It's either nutrient inefficient or deficient. Yeah. And even though it's at a low price, I might buy this one that's orange on my robot. And I can only afford the orange one because I know the green one, I've also scanned, is expensive. And it's mid-month for me, and I don't have the budget, but I don't want to kill my kids, so I'll take the orange. After payday, I'll try my best to feed my family the green one. Imagine that world. Who will win? Small farmer. Because he can do that, but it takes a hell of a lot of work to have a community of small farmers that don't compete with each other, but rather work together. Then we stand a chance to get into SPAR. They circle with the small farmer because they have to hear the small farmer's problems, and the small farmer's problems are huge. And they don't really have that much time because they've got to, support the shareholders. Otherwise, the shareholders cancel all those programs. It's not easy, guys, but together there is a solution.
It's not easy, but I think we need to wrap up. We have run out of time, but I want to get a response just from each of you. A quick response. Bertie, you can go first. Is regeneration possible for all of us in terms
Yes.
of, from a consumer perspective, or is it just going to remain premium?
No, it shouldn't remain premium. I think the challenge as a farmer and as a consumer and as a semi-retailer is that, I think businesses are built around the consumer at this stage. And the thing is, the consumer is not always right in this sense. And I think so much of our work is actually to work with the consumers. It shouldn't be always the cheaper option. And I see if you think at retailers like Gary and the chefs, like the famous chefs, I keep saying these guys are the rock stars. They need to tell the story. They are the guys that can tell the consumer, this is actually proper maize, or this is a chicken that didn't stand in the shade but was walking around. It's going to taste more like guinea fowl than the chicken that we are used to. Okay, but that is what the consumer need to understand when they start wanting to go regen. And it's like we want to be healthy. The consumer wants to be healthy, but there's so many requirements. But a cow that's 3 years old and that walked on grass tastes insanely different to a cow that hasn't even been, gone through whistling yet. And that is what is on the retail shelves versus a grass-fed cow that's 3 years old. And I think we need to educate the consumer, retailers, farmers, consumers themselves need to go, okay, if I want to support this, I need to walk a little bit out of my comfort zone and try new things. Yeah.
Okay. Mark?
I think the big thing is regen is working with nature and not against it. And we want to produce food that's nutritious, that tastes, and I think that's where the big thing is going to come in. People are going to start tasting the difference. And when they can measure, like Gary's talking about, it's going to turn farming on its head.
Okay, Job, your thoughts?
Yes, I'm a regen farmer. I'm also in the business. And I'm actually sitting and listening to Gary here, and I said, wow, he's actually saying exactly what I don't say. So I just want to give everybody that there's hope, dream. Our business started in 2009 with a businessman that asked me, what can I do to make your dream come true? So you need to have a dream, and you need to keep on going. So we're going for a long time now. It's not always easy, but as Gary said, all the things that he mentioned, it's applicable, but keep hope. That's my message.
For you, James, just in finality.
So my message is it's a critical enabler for food system resilience and obviously food security.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate it. Bertie, Gary, Mark, Job, and James, thank you very much. Obviously, we can always engage post so that we can fix. The problems are many, but there definitely is hope. Thank you very, very much. Oops. Thank you very much. Okay. Am I on? You'll switch me on now. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Time for us to quickly introduce our next panel. We've got the moderator, Dr. Nicole van Riede, who is going to be unpacking the next panel that is going to look at many ways of knowing farmers, researchers, and the learning journey of regeneration. You're welcome.
Can everyone hear me? Okay. So my name is Nicole van Riede, and before I call up my panelists, I'd like to bring you into this moment and into this very important conversation. So my role at this conference and normally is in knowledge translation, knowledge curation. And as we heard, it's very important that different ways of knowing can be understood by different people and different groups, right? So I want you to do something with me quickly. I'd like you to just raise your hand. Just raise your hand, tap your shoulder, tap your arm, and give yourself a big hug. Thank you for participating. But what I'm trying to show you is that just in that little practice, there was different ways of knowing, right? You heard something, you copied me, but your body did something. At any point in what you did your mind tell your arm to move to your other arm and squeeze? No. And I'm also hoping in doing so, you didn't think that one way was better than the next, right? So there's different ways of knowing. There's the intellectual, there is the outside that becomes inside, and then there's also embodied knowing. And each one plays its role, and each one is equally important. And that is the topic of the conversation that we're going to have today. So I'd like to call to the stage my panelists. It is Dr. Hendrik Smith. We have Rosa, Dr. Jama, and Liane Erasmus. You can take a seat, please. So far we have learned that regenerative agriculture is a set of practices. But what I've learned so far is that it is a learning journey. And this learning journey can be taken from different pathways, from different routes. There is experimentation, there is science, there's adaptation, but most importantly, there's collaboration. And I'm asking each of my panelists today to wear a specific hat. And I know we wear multiple hats. I'm wearing my facilitator hat today, and I'm asking that Liane, you please wear your researcher practitioner hat. Dr. Hendrik Smith, please wear your science hat. Rosa, please wear your community engagement hat. And Dr. Jama, please wear your academic hat. Now, it's difficult to ask my panelists to do this because they wear so many hats, same like me. But for the purposes of this conversation, I'm going to ask them to do that. So let's begin. So just thinking about this different ways of knowing, this many ways of knowing, I want to start the conversation with thinking about where do we learn? So the ways in which we learn. And I'd like to start with you, Liane. You have grown up on a farm, but you have transitioned into farm research. So I want you to reflect on just something key that you have learned, bringing in the experience, the lived experience of being on the farm with your measurement and your science. Nicole.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the question. So just to make sure I understand your question correctly, so if I think back on my journey, being growing up on a farm and eventually going into research, so I think the most of my learning experience happened on the farm. I'm very grateful to have been part of university to study, to do my studies at the University of Free State. And yes, it did put out some foundations and different ways of learning and different aspects of farming and of the farming industry and agriculture. But for me, I think I've learned the most on the farm, especially coming from a livestock background. I've learned the most on my own farm with livestock especially. But when it comes to crop farming, I'm really privileged to have been part of the trials, the research trials. But again, it boils back to being on farm. So yes, the trials created the opportunity to learn about the different crops and seeing how it happens on farm. But again, yes, like I said, it comes back to being on the farm. As I could have been a child in that family that we work with, or on the farm that the trials are implemented on. So it's important. I think if you don't have the opportunity to go into further studies, yes, everybody's road looks different, everybody's journey looks different. But if you have the opportunity to do further studies, it really does have an effect and an impact on how you see your farm differently when you come back. So just being taken out of my farm situation for that 4 or 5 years and then coming back. So it gives you a new perspective of how to implement things maybe differently, but also to start implementing the different ways I've seen through my studies, and yes, start testing, trial and error, and seeing what works and what doesn't work.
Thank you. That's amazing. And I just want to bring you back to the conversation that the keynote this morning that we heard about, academia and science versus indigenous knowledge that comes from the land. And Liane, I think you have a very beautiful example of having that lived experience, but also going the academic route. And I think you can attest to the fact that not one is privileged beyond the other, right? You can't say that academia is better than your lived experience because you've had both and you've demonstrated how they complement each other. I'd like to go to you now, Dr. Smith. I believe that you have more than 3 decades of experience in agricultural research. And I'd like you to reflect on, because you've also navigated those 2 worlds. I'd like you to reflect on, was there ever a moment or a memory that you can think of where you just learned something from the land that you just couldn't learn from books?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, that's also a very good question. Obviously, definitely. I grew up on a farm. So I've got that DNA in myself from generations of farmers. And when I went into further studies, instead of specializing, I decided to go broader and into a systems perspective. And in the middle of that system is farmers and the land. And soon I started to work with farmers in research, through action research, and starting to connect with people, but also the land. And that process brought you back to the land in terms of looking at the land in the context of farmers. How can farmers survive? Yes, I started to measure, to monitor the land with the farmers. So I looked at the land and the role of the land through the eyes of the farmers in that respect, but also trying to quantify what it means for the science, but also for the farmers. So the quantification is and the measuring and the monitoring is, let's call it in a participatory manner, in a joint manner with the farmers, and that makes a huge difference. It makes an immediate impact on everyone involved, not only the farmer but on yourself as well. So that joint process of learning is powerful. It is making the impact that is required, especially in the regenerative space. You want immediate impact because there's not much time. We think we need it now, and we need the land to be nourished and nurtured and restored and regenerative immediately. But you can't do it without the farmers. Yeah.
And I think that's one of the key themes that's emerging from the conference, is that regeneration requires an attunement to difference. It's different ways of farming, it's different ways of collaborating, it's different ways of knowing. And I just have a follow-up question from, you mentioned action research. And I'd just like to find out from you, what is one of the biggest lessons that you learned in working so closely with farmers?
Well, from what I learned from farmers is that they're really passionate. They want to be good farmers. They want to be successful because so much depends on that success. Their families, their livelihoods, the generations of success, they carry that on their shoulders. So they want to be successful in that respect. But they are determined. That is determined by their context. And every farmer's context is different. It's not only soil and climate, but also finance, objectives, values, norms, culture, traditions, that mindset that we spoke about yesterday is so much part of that context. And that determines if they get out of the blocks, how far they get out of the blocks, and off the charts in some case in terms of their regen journey. And we are there sitting around the table, going into that journey with the farmers to help break the barriers of those contexts and making that journey much more smooth.
Oh, thank you so much. I want to move on to Rosa now, because we've kind of gone from knowledge coming from science, from trials, from farmers themselves. But Rosa has a very much community engaged approach to learning, where you work with community members. So I want to move into the space of collective learning and what kind of knowledge you have learned from engaging with community members and their on-the-ground practice.
Oh, thank you, and thank you, everyone. For me, growing from a farming family, I learned a lot from my grandparents. When I grew up, my grandfather was owning a dairy farm. My grandmother was always in the field. So all what was happening at that time, because all the ecosystem was inside the yard. As I grow, whatever you need was just a hand to grab. Yes. So that is what made me what I am today. I was able, it made me now to learn how to work with people, because in my family, there was always people around. Maybe because of the work that they were doing, or maybe because of the hospitality that they were getting from my family. We were very generous in giving and even giving other people work that were working for us. So I learned a lot of the indigenous knowledge that they were having, that they were practicing in their farming practices. I learned from there. We'll find sometimes they will just tell you, say, hey, tomorrow it's gonna rain. Then you say, how? Because there are not clouds. But but just by looking at the moon or the stars, they will tell you, no, tomorrow it will rain. And it will rain, maybe not in a good way. Yes, there will be thunderstorms and they will do it. That is the indigenous knowledge that they were having. And is that knowledge is really embedded in me. That's what I'm practicing now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope that you also heard about the embodied knowledge that I tried to, show you when we started the session. That's very important. Thank you, Rosa. I want to move to Dr. Jama. You are in the field of education, but also research. So I'd like to ask you to reflect on how you got into the agricultural space and maybe how each of those different areas and experiences has influenced your approach to agriculture.
Thank you. I didn't grow up on a farm. I grew up in an area that has a lot of farms around it. I come from Tzaneen, so we've got the avocados, Westphalia, the citrus, all of that. But farm work was never anything beautiful. I didn't want anything to do with farming. And obviously, I was ignorant to the fact that our food comes from the farms. But farm workers were treated like rubbish, really. So I didn't want any of that. Anyway, I did my studies. I did a BSc then, botany, because I was like, I like plants, but not necessarily the farming. So plants was okay. But I got to a point where I was like, yes, plants, so what? Who does it benefit? It's just knowledge for you. That was the thing in my mind that bugged me a lot. I was like, you are knowledge rich, but it's not helping anyone. And then also coming from Limpopo, and then the more you read and you figure out people are struggling, especially with malnutrition, food security and all of that, then that concerned me, like hunger, poverty. And I was like, how do I get involved in that space? And obviously agriculture. I was like, really, agriculture, like I really had an existential crisis. Like, what do I do with my life? And agri kept coming up. The fact that people are hungry really is what drew me to agriculture. So I figured learn how to grow food. That's what so for the masters, that's when I got into agriculture. And I met the most eccentric human to supervise me. He was an organic farmer who was really weird for me. His views were out there, and he was unashamedly loud and loving and just everything that I'd never been exposed to. And then so I met organic farmers, biodynamic farmers, and weird stuff all around, But then in that, then I learned soil science because I didn't have a background in agri at all. Then soil science, so I realized what the soil is alive. There's so much more to the soil than dirt. We see soil, you just walk over it, you don't think about what it does. And it gave me such an appreciation of taking care of the resources around us. I never thought about how much wasn't. So in the masters, I was actually growing in a field on the university, comparing organic agriculture to conventional. And Gary mentioned measuring nutrient density. We wanted to do that. We gave up on it because it was just too complex for us. Then we're comparing the yield differences because that is a thing, because it was yeah, you're saying organic, but there's a yield difference. So, and the growth and all of that. So that's what we're looking at, but also looking at the inputs, the differences between the two systems and all of that. And in that, then I was interacting with farmers around the George area, then Cape Town, then again in Kiani, where I met some of these ladies, and just their stories were so different, but they loved the soil. Somebody mentioned that farmers, they love the soil, they want to do good, and they're committed to it, regardless of the weather, regardless of finances, they're out there doing what they love. And I think that was, when people love something and you're around them, it transfers to you. And I appreciate, and I remember there was one guy that I needed to interview, big Afrikaans guy, always wearing shorts with his fellies. And I was like, oh man, that's the last guy I want to talk to. Because in my mind, that would be the most racist guy because that's what I was exposed to back home. He was the sweetest guy. Like I spoke to his wife, and then when I got to their home, I was like, what? Terrence is not what I thought. And just being in those circles, moving around from farm to farm, and the PGS, Gary Jackson also mentioned that that's what I was looking at, an alternative form of certification for organic farmers. That's how I then got to be on the farms, experience the farm and see what they were doing. And that really broadened my mind. I also then, that was a different group than the Gogos in Limpopo who had been exploited, trying to do organic farming, actually. And they tuned me. They're like, you researchers come here, you take information, go present, and you forget about us. They were not happy. They were not having it. They didn't want me to take photos. They were really, it was a hostile environment. And I was there for like 2-3 hours, and they were just like hoying. And I was like, okay, all right. But it came from a place of experience from researchers, you know, and I saw the damage that we do as well. Yes, I get my degree, and then what? What happens to them? Their life is still the same. There's still the knowledge gaps, there's still the resource gaps and all of that. So in terms of it, I also then lectured students, and most of them came from farms. And I was like, I've never worked on a farm. How will they respond? Because again, I was teaching plant physiology and all of that, but they were also quite respectful. And I was like, what in the law's world? Everything is just flipping. It's not what I expected to find. So in terms of now education and the research, I try my best to still, if I can, get to a farm. We're at UJ, we have a farm there. It's we different enterprises, but there's planting going, and I try to still be in there. The research part of it, I struggle with, honestly, because sometimes I think we write for people that we're not connected to, and also we write in places that the people that we're talking about will never even access. And I know there's a way of translating it, but we're not doing that. So yeah, research for me is like, I get it. But if I can learn how to farm and interact with either the students or the farmers, that for me is very fulfilling.
Thank you so much. So you've given me a really good segue into the next part of the conversation. I'm taking you on this learning journey, and we're going to one of my favorite parts of knowledge, and that is going beyond theory and going into practice, getting your hands dirty, so to speak. Because as an academic, one of my core beliefs is, what does theory mean if it stays in a book? What's the point of science? What's the point of all these years of data collection if it's not making a difference on the ground? And that's why I want to go to the next part now of this learning journey that looks at how do we take this knowledge from books, from communities, from the farm? How do we take it? How do we translate it? Make it practical through experimentation, adaptation, practically trying to do something, it doesn't work, experimenting, trying something else. And I'm going to start this conversation with you, Hendrik. If you can maybe reflect on maybe some of the innovation that you've come across through trial and error, through experimentation on the farm.
Okay, yes, there's so many because what we do is to take it from theory to practice. We form joint innovation processes with farmers, sit around the table and come up with ideas of what are the needs, what are the opportunities that we need to explore together as researchers with farmers in that team. And we eventually then design a couple of treatments, practices, which we implement on the ground, and we test it with the farmers scientifically to make sure that we get good data. And some of the innovations that we see as regen agriculture in the crop livestock systems are obviously trying to follow and apply the 5-6 principles of regenerative agriculture. The first one is no-tillage practices, but also with a lot of diversification in terms of intercropping, planting cover crops between your maize, and then even multi-species cover crops summer and winter combined to form double cover croppings, livestock integration, high density grazing, using biological products. Those are what we call the best practice Regen Ag solutions that we're testing, the innovations that we are testing, that we know that will take farmers from here into the future, that are climate friendly, climate smart, building up soils, and we're testing it. We see that it is actually those practices that have the desired expected impact on soil health, on diversity, on biodiversity, on climate resilience, on productivity, on profitability. Those are really working, and it's really for us and the farmers breakthroughs, milestones to get and look at the final results and say, okay, this is working excellently.
And for yourself, Liane, so you also work very closely with farmers. Some of your co-workers are farmers, and you are, I'm assuming you're on the farm quite a lot. What are some of the key lessons or key findings you have made by working so closely between these two worlds of science and on-the-ground farming?
It really takes time to build a relationship. I think for researchers and farmers, they'll have to make peace with the fact that they're going to walk a long journey together. And it is important to establish that foundation from day one correctly. So if you are solely a researcher, make peace with the fact that you don't know the day-to-day realities of what's happening on a farm. And please don't try to understand how a farmer thinks. I think that you're going to walk yourself into a wall with that one. And to the other way around again, if you're also a farmer, don't try to, don't think you're going to understand the researcher in their essence and what they are doing, because these worlds are actually totally opposites. So yes, I think the thing I've learned the most in the journey I've walked with the farmers up until now is it really takes time to build a strong relationship. And if the relationship is good, yes, the work will be smooth and successful, absolutely.
Thank you so much. And there's this concept called learning with and learning through. We learn with each other and we learn through each other. So you might not understand the farmer and the farmer might not understand the researcher, but you can understand where each person is coming from, and that's so important. And that touches on the next question to you, Rosa. This concept of learning with and through each other, because you work with communities and with women and with farmers, what are some of the lessons that you can maybe provide to encourage more of that kind of learning?
Okay, I'm working with the communities. I'm working with... Oh, it's working. Okay, thank you. Specifically with women. They are the people who are close to my heart. In Limpopo, where I'm coming from, we have already built some movements in either organic farming, in regenerative or permaculture. We have already set up those movements and they are working for us. That is the space where we are meeting and sharing ideas, sharing the knowledge, especially our indigenous knowledge that we came with it from when we were growing up. So in those spaces is where, as women, then we say, yes, we are talking about farming, yes, and for you to be a farmer, firstly, we must be having a land. You must be having water. And most importantly, you must be having a seed. Because you can't be saying you are a farmer if you are not having a seed. So as women is where we are saying we are the guardians of this seed and we must take care of it. Because what we are encouraging is to farm with nature, not against nature, and also to farm our local vegetables that are very easy to grow, that are very easily accessible, and they are very cheap. So at that space is where we are talking about food security. We are talking about food sovereignty. How can we be food sovereign if we are not taking care of what we are planting in our districts or in our local local communities? Because you have to know what in your community is being eaten most. Then that is what you should grow. It will also close the gap of saying, I don't have a market. Because you'll be growing, like in Limpopo, when you're growing grains, we are looking at the sorghum. That is what we are eating. We are looking at the millet. That's what also we are eating. Even there and there, even if we are having the maize, we are having that maize, the original maize that came with a sheep, or it was flying, I don't know. We are still having that original seed. And we are saying, we are going to take this seed, we are going to own it, because it's ours. So with those, planting those sorghums and the millets, and the beans, that was happening long time ago with our grandparents. When they were planting, they were making sure that they involve the whole ecosystem. They will plant the mealies, they will find the legumes there, you will find all the vegetables, the beans, and all that stuff. And they are going to harvest. You want to break the situation where we only focus on the monocultures. Because when you planted 50,000 cabbages, saying, I'm going to be a millionaire, within the blink of an eye, those cabbages can be destroyed. And if you didn't intercrop with anything else, then there's nothing that you can harvest. I'm also working with the PGSF, they have already said, and those spaces are very, you feel yourself, you feel comfortable, because you share what you know. Not that any other person that told you, not that you heard from others, is what you know. Yes, thank you.
So I am conscious of time. So Dr. Jama, I'm going to ask you your final question, and then I'm going to ask you for your closing reflection, and then we'll move towards Liane. So just a question, I'd like you to maybe reflect on how these different areas of knowledge can work better together, more closely together. And then a closing comment on one sentence, what gives you hope for the future of Regen in SA?
Oh, okay. So in terms of all the spaces working together, I think just being open to learning. I don't know everything, and I cannot assume or walk into the space and think I have all the answers. You know, even now we are discussing big problems or systemic problems. And I'm quoting someone from yesterday, like, I cannot think that I only have the solution. Each one of us has a role to play wherever we are. So I think that's how we can look at that, be it education, if you're going to be intentional with the students that you're with, mindset shift, like challenging them. If it's planting, am I mindful of the resources? Am I mindful that tomorrow someone else will inherit that and it must continue? And then in terms of a closing statement, sure.
Yeah, one sentence. What gives you hope for the future of Regen in South Africa?
Sure, what gives me hope? It's all the different players who want to do good and who want to produce food that is not only filling, but is nourishing and delicious. Yeah, I think that's
Thank you. And you, Rosa, what gives you hope for the future?
For me, if researchers, the agriculturalists, all these people just can just stay in their lane and learn from the farmers and learn from the house mouthies, I see a very bright future for the regenerative agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. What gives me hope is this passion that I can see in farmers, the passion, and that shows me that they've got a connection. They've made a new connection with the land, with other people, but also with themselves, and that gives them that inner strength that is going to tackle many obstacles, because there will be many obstacles coming, and we need that inner strength and that connection with each other and with the land.
Liane?
I'm convinced that there are people who have seen the light, researchers, farmers, companies. And just remember, when you've seen the light, it is as if, that's how I see it, you become that light. And I'm totally convinced that darkness will never overpower what is light, what is true, and in a farming context, in agricultural context, what is regenerative. Because there's something beyond. We've been at a previous Farmers' Day, and there was a lady that talked about regeneration, and she actually used the term relive, so that just there's something beyond what we are seeing now. So even though we don't see everything, if you have the light within you, and if you have seen the light, I'm convinced that the darkness will not overpower you in what you've seen and experienced.
Thank you so much. So before, we are at the end of our panel, but before I close, I want you to do one last little exercise with me. If you can just move your head from the one side to the other side, in your seat, move your hand, move your feet. At least now, if anyone asks you about the Regen Conference, you can say at most that it has moved you. Thank you to my panel, and thank you to everyone for joining and giving your attention. One more thing, we should definitely make ugly veg trend, hey? We must have hashtag Regen SA, hashtag ugly veg. We should make a trend. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm definitely moved to tears of joy. Thank you very much, Dr. Nicole van Leerden, and that wonderful panel. It is becoming harder and harder to determine. I mean, every panel is just absolutely amazing and so important. And this convening, I think we can't state enough how important it is. So just quick reminders, we've got something happening after lunch, okay? We are calling it formation of working groups. So after lunch, when our bellies are nice and toasty, we're going to split into 4 groups, and we're going to turn these conversations into something a little bit more lived and experienced. So these particular groups are going to focus on specifics around finance, policy, retail. So just a reminder that that's going to be happening after lunch. Unfortunately, we're not going to be having that online. So just be mindful if you are watching us online. We unfortunately not going to broadcast that, but for those that are in the conference room, that is what's going to take place. We're going to hop into these particular spaces and move on. Also, another reminder, we've got that exclusive documentary screening that's going to be happening as well. And I heard somebody say, is it tea time? Tea time is coming. Tea time is coming, Dr. Jama. It's coming. Okay, it's time for a masterclass right now, as presented by somebody who's an impact amplifier. And this masterclass is titled Developing a Regenerative Barometer. And I'd like to call on Convened to present this masterclass. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. I'm Devan Naidu. I'm from Impact Amplifier. And I don't want to go up on the stage because this next task that we are engaging in is actually a task that all of us can participate in. So we are all in this boat together, this boat that is moving towards this new agriculture that we can imagine called regenerative agriculture. But where exactly is our boat? And which direction should we be heading in? And I think that that is what this session is about. It's about how do we understand where we are, where we should be going, and what it is that we should do next. So I think there is a slideshow, if you want to bring that up, please. To see me on stage. Really, I feel I want to be part of the people. And you know, we're such a mixed group here. You know, I mean, it's actually quite intimidating when we think of some of the people who are here. You know, doctors and serious academics, and then you know, some of us are farmers like myself. I've been a farmer for many years. So the point of this is to try and understand how do we know between this year and next year whether the dial has actually shifted? Has it actually improved? Have things actually changed? You know, we hear about the retailers talking about their desire to want to buy from farmers. We hear about the challenge farmers have to try and get into the retailers. Are they succeeding? Where exactly are these challenges? So what we're talking about is trying to develop a barometer, something that between this year and next year will tell us if we've actually moved forward. Have we actually made some progress? Because if we don't know, then next year we're going to come and we're just going to talk about the same things, actually, right? Okay. So this is what I'm going to try and cover. Why should we do this? What is it that we need to do? How are we actually going to do it? Who's going to do it? And when should we be doing which part of it? Okay. So there's a lot that's going on, right? We've heard from lots of different people on the different kinds of bits and pieces that are happening. You know, farmers are doing something, researchers are doing something, lots of people doing anything. There's policy work that's being done, there's financing that's being put in place. I mean, I heard about 2 financial instruments that I've never heard of before, and actually we've just completed a landscape analysis of what's going on in regenerative agriculture in the country. So it means that there's a lot of people doing lots of different things, and we need to find a way to bring all of this stuff together so that we're all in the same boat and heading in the same direction. So I don't want to go through and read everything that we have there. I mean, you know, carbon finance as a model of revenue. Is anybody working with carbon finance in the room? 1 person, 2. Carbon finance. Yeah. 3 people. So is this really an opportunity? Is it something that more of us should be looking at? We don't know. And I think that this is the part of it. It's actually a learning journey that we should all be on together so that we can all head more efficiently in a direction that's going to get us there. So there's a lot that's happening, but there's also a lot that's missing. I actually can't read this. So we're talking about this ecosystem, this entire regenerative ecosystem that's got so many different pieces. And are these pieces talking to each other? Is there any kind of assessment that crosses all these these different sectors that we can measure? What is it that we can measure? If we're talking about research, can we identify how far is that research towards where we need to get it? If we're talking about policy, is that policy actually moving us forward? Are there pieces that are holding us back? What is it that we need to do between this year and next year for us to be able to know that we have actually moved forward? So if you look at all the bits and pieces that are being put together, we can call that the enabling environment. That's what makes it possible. And then if we look at the actual products, whether it's a financial product, whether it's a plant nutrient product, those products and practices tell us actually how far we are along the line. And it's that gap between where we want to be and where we are that we need to be focusing on. What is that gap? What are the elements that make up that gap that prevent us from moving forward more efficiently? So this is what it's all about, right? And the nice thing about this session after lunch is each of us gets the opportunity to contribute in an area that we feel comfortable about. So when we break up into these rooms, each of us are going to help design a barometer for the sector that we are involved in. So we've broken it up into 4 primary sectors, right? The policy and legislation, and you know, there we have to we've done some scoping in terms of looking at 30 different instruments, looking at how effectively they achieve what they are designed to achieve. We've created 10 dimensions of analysis to look at these things and say, you know, is it actually doing it? And then if you look at the research, what is this research actually doing? Is it filling gaps, or is it just execution of research? Is it actually directed at something where there is a real problem? You know, we've heard this issue about finance and funding being required because of that yield gap that farmers go through, right, when they engage with regenerative agriculture. But is that really a problem? Because the majority of food in this country is being produced by large-scale farmers. These are large-scale farmers with access to finance. And if you look at that, I think the figure that was quoted yesterday was 260 billion rands. If you look at that, very little of that is actually held by small-scale farmers who actually need this kind of transition finance. That's held by the farmers who are doing corporate agriculture. So they have access to finance. Is it really a challenge? I'm not sure. I don't think it's a challenge. So I'm not 100% sure that finance and funding is a good indicator of the challenges that we face. But that's for us to discuss in these breakaway groups, right? So let's open up that discussion and try and see, is that actually a good measure, or can we come up with better measures? And of course, the final part is how does all of that translate into what we actually do on the ground? What are the practices and the products that are actually filling the market gap or filling the practical side of regenerative agriculture that we can say, okay, so this policy came into place and it has actually resulted in some action on the ground. So the barometer that we want to develop is actually to do that, is to say between this year and all of us are going to go away from here with lots of different ideas and lots of new collaborations and different ways of working together. Is that actually going to move us forward? So also on this finance side, we hear about new products being announced. But is it actually possible for us to track how much of that money is being dispersed? Are the banks willing to actually tell us that they've given that money out? So that's the question. Is the data adequacy sufficient for us to be able to draw conclusions on the finance side? So are there other measures that can more effectively tell us what's going on? What about the actual people, the organizations, the partnerships? I mean, out of this, there'll be some new partnerships that will develop. Are those not a better indication of how we're moving forward? Because if we can work together more effectively, surely we can shift this further. What about the market access and the value chain signals? Is that a good measure? Because at the end of the day, it's no point in producing these regenerative products if you can't put it on a shelf. So is there something there that we should be measuring? And what we want to do is we want to set up a baseline to understand where are we this year, and then be able to measure that and understand where are we next year. So are we actually moving forward? And in some cases, we'll find we are moving backward. And that gives us an indication of where we should be putting our efforts. So how do we do this? We really don't want this to be complicated. It's got to be simple, it's got to be understandable, and it has to have practical usage for all of us, whether you're an academic or whether you're a farmer. You must be able to see something in there that actually says, I understand from my own experience, this does reflect what has actually happened to me. So, you've got these different sub-indicators. So I think each of these, I don't know how many we're going to come up with. Maybe 5 is enough, maybe 4. But you need to be able to assess the different aspects of it. So if, for example, we're talking about the practices, right? What are we going to measure? Are we going to measure hectares? Are we going to measure output? What is it that we're going to measure? So these are the kind of things that are open for discussion and open for all of us to be able to contribute in developing these barometers. And then, if you look at South Africa's history of conservation agriculture, there are some products that's like almost 100% being practiced conservation agriculture. So are there sector differences that we have to be aware of? And if we're looking at hectares, there's a very big difference in hectares under regenerative rangeland beef. Those hectares are very different to the hectares under regenerative citrus production. So is that the right measure? Do we need to break up into the different sectors rather than just having the practice side of it being practiced across all the sectors? How do we actually gather this data? Does anybody know what N8N is? Yeah, one person. So it's a fantastic piece of software that is essentially workflow automation. So at Impact Amplifier, for example, we've used it to build a green economy ecosystem. And what you do is you can tell it, scan the following sites, and every time you see this word mentioned, pull that article down, do a summary of that article, and take 3 of these categories and drop the relevant information in these 3 categories into these folders. So it's a great system that one can set this up so that any of the kind of publications, the websites, anything that is related to regenerative agriculture, we can get that information. But then you also have to have some kind of experts to look at that and say, what is this actually saying? So out of us, we're looking for those people who are going to be the experts that are going to contribute in each of these areas as well. I think in each of the areas we've identified already, there are people who will drive those different sectors, but then we also need the people who are going to add their own voice to how we score those different bits and pieces. So it's the N8N automation which gathers the information, and then humans who actually verify that. So who's going to take charge of this? I think Kagiso Trust is very well positioned to be the steward of it. I think you need the expert panels who are going to provide the actual verification of the data. And you actually need those contributors to this. So that's the information that we grab in. And the question that I asked earlier about, is this one indicator or is it lots of different kinds of indicators? So that's essentially what we're going to do later today after lunch. Break up into these groups and decide who is willing to give their time to help develop the barometers for the different sectors. And what's the kind of rhythm that we develop to this? From what I understand, this is the first of a conference that Kagiso Trust is going to hold on an annual basis. So this is almost a good cycle for us to be able to follow. Also because, you know, we don't want it to be just a talk shop. We don't want to be coming here and saying the same things year after year after year. We want to know that we are moving forward. So it's the data sprint, gathering all the information, validating it, drafting this barometer, and then presenting it when we come back again. So that's the development timeline. Create the foundation now, find the people, find the approach that we agree on. What is the baseline? What is our starting point? So some of the work we've done at Impact Amplifier for the Africa Climate Foundation, certainly in terms of policy and legislation and research, we've done 2 papers that looks at that we can use as a baseline. What is the baseline we use for finance? What are the other baselines that we need? If we're talking about market signals, what is the market signal baseline that we start at? So we have the baseline, and then we go into publication, and basically every year thereafter we can look at this and say, are we moving forward? Is our boat heading in the right direction? Are things improving? So for the working session, these are some of this. I mean, you know, I'm sure all of you have got lots of questions that have come up in your mind. That's what you should raise in the working sessions after lunch. These are just some of the questions that I thought of. But essentially, it is something that we as a group can take ownership of. So this is our task. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Those who in the room here is under 25 years? Before I say what I want to say, please. What this gentleman has done in this group, you'll be able to eat in 2050. Thank you very much. I will be leaving, but I will make myself available we have developed a crude system whereby regeneration is about the ecosystem protection. So what we have done is to look at a measure that can be from the farm to the distributor, to the processor, to the retailer, to the customer, the same measurement. Because we want a dog to be a dog. Please don't give us a cat. That's what exactly you have challenged here. I will not be here, but I'm going to give a public commitment to the panel. I'm an environmental scientist. That gentleman, I want him to eat in 2050, sorry. So thank you very much. It's a great work. I'll leave my details. I'll be willing to make myself available. You and your team and everybody who is doing that. 2030, I can be able to eat regenerative food. Thank you very much. And thank you to Kagiso and Food from Mzansi for the great work that you are doing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Trevin. Thank you so much. The ecosystem on the green economy is so important. I'm on, I think. There we go. Okay, so that looks like we've got a little extra 5 minutes or so for our tea break. So you are welcome to leave the conference room, grab a coffee, grab a snack. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes. There's a fishbowl on the front table. Here's the fishbowl. Please leave your name and surname in the fishbowl if you want to stand yourself a chance to win 6 bottles of wine, courtesy of Lower Land Farm. They've been very generous to donate for the conference raffle. So all you have to do is just put your name in the raffle and you could walk away with something to drink. How's that? Post the conference. So leave your name in there, and then during the final session or after the final session of the conference, then we'll make the announcement of who the winner of the bottles are. Thanks once again to Lower Land Farm for their support of this particular conference. Okay, let's go have some tea. We'll be back. Thanks. Oh.
The future, it doesn't just arrive, it's born inside each of us, waiting to be ignited. At Kagiso Trust, we believe the future lives in you. We've walked beside the dreamers, the doers, the job seekers, and the leaders, igniting the spark of potential that lies deep inside. When we unlock that potential, we don't just build careers or businesses, we build a future shaped by your hands, your dreams, your courage. It's all inside of you. This is more than just a chance, it's a movement. A promise that with the right support, dreams turn into reality. Hope turns into achievement and potential turns into legacy. Kagiso Trust is here to walk with you every step of the way. Because the future isn't just ahead of us, it is inside of us all. Kagiso Trust, igniting human capacity.
everybody. I hope that you enjoyed your tea break. And that you got to network and get to know one another. I'm back on. I believe. Thank you, everybody. I've been given an instruction to ask why carrots are orange. Dr. Darlene Lowe is putting me in an awkward position. Okay, while you think about that, why carrots are orange and not purple, we're going to get into a second very important master class. You may remember that Professor Kashik Sushuran gave us, of course, a moderation with a panel yesterday, but he's back with two other gentlemen as they present the next master class. As we understand it, this one is going to be on training and ecoversity as a pathway. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Welcome back, colleagues. I'm joined this afternoon by two colleagues of mine from Russell's Valley. So it's Ntate Lawrence, who runs our agroforestry enterprise, and Ntate Jerry Chaka. Don't you want to come up? And Ntate Jerry Chaka is our farm operations manager. And, and together I think we are grappling with the idea about how do we grow people in this enterprise, right? And could you bring up my slides, Ricardo? Yesterday we had an interesting provocation by Dani, who said, well, the best regen farmers will come from Africa, right? And very often we've got to ponder why somebody like Dani would say that, not doubt the veracity of it, but actually take up the work to probably steward that potential. So when I look at this regenerative future of ours, we have to also see that it's a knowledge project, right? And you have to ask yourselves, like I've been asking myself, I've been an educator for probably 25 years. I designed many pedagogical experiences, UCT's Executive MBA being one of them. So when I met Bertie Kutsia 15 years ago on his farm, probably 10, I'm not sure exactly. So I realized Bertie was a farmer and I was an academic, but Bertie said to me, he learned nothing about agriculture from university. He learned three things. He learned how to be a maverick from Ricardo Semler. He also learned that all of farming is in the red ocean. We're all commodity prisoners, and he wanted to create a whole new ocean, a blue ocean, and he was quoting Blue Ocean's thinking by Professor Karan, who made a really impactful difference to Bertie's journey. And the third thing Bertie learned at university through meeting his wife was he did a composting course, right? And Bertie came back and he started Loveland, and I had the pleasure of trying to understand what Bertie was doing, studying Loveland's transition to really understand how does somebody steward so much learning and so much complexity, but nevertheless is able to build a steady organization, developing procedures, developing practices, thinking about how people should be organized, curating what each of them needs to move a little bit forward in their own development. And then I said to Bertie after my analysis, and after, actually he's doing management development. He doubted what I said and he didn't think such a thing existed. Until I then talked a few times with Quinton, and I said, if we look at the regen movement, you can compare it to the 200 years ago, we had this industrial revolution that needed a way to train factory workers on how to produce reliably, consistently. How do we get efficient manufacturing production? That created the whole body of knowledge we have called scientific management. Friedrich Taylor, as we learned from our colleague yesterday, was the poster child of this movement. After the World War, Japan had a similar context. And Japan's context was that they had the scarcity problem because they were isolated from the world and they needed to make more of everything they had and ensure minimal waste. The whole world, out of that, learned about lean manufacturing, Kaizen, Gemba walks, all the things that we practice in manufacturing operations or shops. So every major economic transition in history required societies to reinvent how people work, how they learn, and how they organize. And I think, it begs of us a similar question. Are we serious about building the capacity and capability to steward this new evolution? And I think there are genuinely serious assessments made by many of you. And I want to just orient you to what it takes to produce a new body of knowledge, right? So you looked at scientific management, and Friedrich Taylor introduced work-study methods. He introduced standardized procedures, worker functionalization, heightened supervision and monitoring. And we still carried all of that forward into current day agriculture, right? So it's still a part of us. Kaizen and Toyota in particular mastered the art of continuous improvement, and they developed PDCA cycles, which is really cycles of iterations of planning, doing, checking, and assessing, right? So and then reflection, doing root causes analysis. So the tools of learning and the tools of management were slightly different. Can you see that? But those were inventions, right? And current day, we face this ecological degradation and the climate instability that we have. So we're asking ourselves, how do we regenerate living systems? And I think from everything we've heard, regenerating living systems needs people to work more harmoniously with complexity, right? What are the new tools? What are the new organizing practices? How do we evolve a human being from being a novice enterprise participant like layers or broilers or cattle? How do we evolve their whole appreciation of the system they are working in so that they themselves could become stewards? So I've been seized with this question for about 10 years. So what I'm trying to offer you here is a glimpse of where we are now. And so we've come out with a model or a framework to organize the knowledge development, because we realize
Did you
that
see yourself?
we realize that we are working with.
I'm going to be summoned.
Okay, that's probably somebody online. But so if you look at this matrix I've presented here, it has 3 columns, right? We're talking about the development stage. We're talking about the critical question any person in that stage has to be grappling with. And then we look at the orientation. And by orientation, I mean, what are they looking to grow into and toward? And then what are the primary tools? So the primary tools are really the new practices or the facilitation practices we use to grow people from one stage to the next stage. So everybody has to start working in an enterprise. You've heard from our first keynote speaker this morning that it's just about impossible to build knowledge of farming if you're not on a farm working with farming. So that grounding experience of working in an enterprise builds the body and its sensorial experience of, like Mama Kheti explained today, well, is this a healthy chicken or is this not a healthy chicken? Just from the sounds it makes. So So experiencing some part of your development as working in your enterprise is an important foundation. But then you move on, right? Because if you're working in a laying enterprise, after a certain amount of time, you have to gravitate to thinking about how do you work on it? How do you improve it? How do you improve its reliability? How do you improve the health of the chickens? It's a different kind of engagement, right? It's a bit like how you develop managers from engineers. Engineers work in engineering, and then they have to manage engineering, and then they have to work on teams and on businesses, right? So then it's about developing weekly plans, setting goals for the enterprise, looking at production measures, working on prioritization of tasks, right? And when you've gravitated to that level, then you can do more than work in the enterprise. You can really manage the enterprise. Then after that, you probably become more open to another level of growth, which is now about, well, how does this whole system work? How can I work with the enterprise, integrate it more effectively with other enterprises? Because on a regen farm, the whole thrust is more and more integration. More and more integration. And here again, you need a different set of tools and you need a different set of interventions to make people aware of the wider system they are participating in. And finally, you have to make people aware of and ask them what future are they serving, right? Because, and we commonly call this purpose in businesses, organizations in general, but even on a regen farm, actually making people responsible for the articulation of something purposeful they want to be a part of is a critical moment in them becoming stewards and custodians themselves. So, you know, I've asked Ntate Jerry and I've asked Ntate Lawrence many times, well, what is this moment calling you to become? What does this farm really need you to become at this moment? And what I'm really, when I ask those questions, is really thinking about what is the meaningful impact they want to produce. It could be more than just related to farming and the biosphere. It could be community related. It could be family related. It could be just about anything. But I think human beings in a farming system need purpose, because when you care about what you're working in and who you're working for, and what you're working with, then you hardly work a day in your life, typically. You get, so this framework of working in, working on, working with, and working for is a human development transition framework, which we are trying to elaborate and develop the tools, develop the interventions, what good academics like myself will commonly call a pedagogy, to grow somebody from being a novice to being capable of stewarding a regenerative farming project by themselves, right? But the way we stewarding this project is we understand that you'll have to have people serving parts of their learning experience on different farms. So you could go to Bertie to really learn about organic maize. You could go to Dani to learn about really mob grazing on veld. You could go to a whole number of different farms. You could come to Russell's Valley to learn about agroforestry, right? So we realize that the diversity of places within South Africa will have something unique and different to offer any learning experience. So we call it an ecoversity because it's an ecological university on farm to grow people. But, you know, across the farms, we are curating a knowledge project to train people in regenerative farming that a university by itself cannot do. Because it's not integrating the doing with the reflection and the building of new knowledge and the transcendence people have. It's also not doing it in the multiple languages. So, you know, my colleague speaks Sesotho fluently. I speak Afrikaans okay, but poorly at times. And and my Sesotho is also quite bad, but we get along. And so the ecoversity idea is an invitation to grow the knowledge for our time, to grow regenerative practice, and take it seriously that the best regen farmers in the world can come from Africa. So I think you get a lot of regenerative knowledge all over the internet, but nobody's curating the pedagogical project to take people through this human development pathway and help them. Because, all human beings, if you've been involved in developing them, you have to understand that the development pathway is about making people whole. By whole, I mean is like you integrated within and you connected to purpose and you understand the technical requirements of working here. So it's, farming used to think that people are just laboring, but actually it's not just laboring. It's about, if you ask Bertie many times, he reminds everybody in his farm, he is expecting their attentive experience of everything they're doing on the farm, because that's the best learning we can bring to the fore, right? So when you make people whole, they have longer periods of active experience of doing something. When people are a little bit disintegrated, there's fewer moments of active experience of working in any vocation. So the ecoversity is a serious project to build an ecological university that's not in a single place, but is stewarded by a community of seriously dedicated people and farming communities. So I want to invite my colleagues now, right, because they've experienced this lot. So I'll start with Ntate Lawrence. Ntate Lawrence, maybe share with the colleagues here what your journey has been about starting the agro and forestry enterprise.
Thank you, colleague. Thank you, Ntate Koshik, for inviting us. Well, I still recall the day when you called me to come to the farm to observe. You have got a project which you want us to work on it. When I saw the word regenerative, because the farm before it was not being utilized, I thought, we're just going to fix the houses. We're just going to, because that farm was not being used. I found myself, I was very wrong. Then you explained to me that we want to create ecosystem on this farm, which it will benefit everyone, including the community, the animals. Then we came with a plan where you give me a list of the trees which you need us to plant in the farm. But it was a challenge because the main aim, it was to create agroforestry, the word forestry. So you must understand that if you are going to plant trees for a forestry, you need a lot of trees. But with my background, because I was once appointed as a mentor at one of the community nursery in Botshabelo, and even after the contract elapsed, I keep a partnership with them even today. Then I say, obvious, we need a lot of trees. At the farm, I've seen there is trees, but most of them, they are not in the position where we need them. Some of them, they are in the mountain. So they are not going to help us. We source few trees from them to plant on the farm. But I engaged 4 young youth to be part of us. But because I was understanding what is our goal, when I brought them, I didn't want them to feel like they are going to work on the nursery. I make them to feel like they are going to be part of environmental innovation, where they could turn a problem into a solution. Then Modula Koa also, they provide us with one of the skills, best person whom you can get in any nursery, to come and transfer the skills to our youth. The first assignment because you cannot work with trees if you don't know them. We started by identifying the trees in the farm. Yes, we find there were lots of indigenous trees. There's also some of exotic, and we know what's the problem with the exotic. But we say both of those trees, exotic and indigenous, especially the exotic one, we know the law of South Africa. But we found out that they also going to benefit us, because I'm talking about the honey locust, black locust, which I know that the cattle loves them. We say the only thing with the exotic, we're just going to manage them so that they should not be invasive. When we come to the indigenous one, we realize that also we're running our project in limited resources. We need to be cost effective. The old men who came from Botshabelo teach our guys how to harvest seeds, how to collect seeds in the farm, even to propagate. Then there was a challenge where you find that we don't have enough fruit trees. Then we sit down as a team, because regenerative, it also teaches you to think all the time. Remember I said that we used principles of turning a problem into solution. We thought about that name, rustlers. Where does it come from? If you understand, where does it come from? But us, we use it in a good way by engaging the community, by going to them to find out if you have got a fruit tree, we'll come to your house, we'll come and do the cuttings, because that fruit in future is going to benefit all of us as a community, and also to reduce what we call poverty alleviation. But also, the other thing, because we didn't want them to see themselves as the people who are participating only on the garden. We also do our own organic compost. We do our own earthworms, which we know that for us to plant the trees, we invite what we call ecosystem, and we promote biodiversity. And I've seen it works, and I've tasted it. How I'm saying this? The sooner we planted along the contour, because our area is a little bit slope, we started to see butterflies coming. And you could see our eggs outside. They are saying they are free range. And you could see the chicken, they were running around getting snacks from those butterflies. That is why our chicken are so lovely, because they are stress free. They don't have a stress at all. I'm honest with you. Even the eggs, you can also test them. And I've seen now the young generation in our community, they are coming in numbers. They are asking to be part of the volunteers. You could see now they are understanding. Even because they know the name of the trees, they know the difference between exotic and indigenous, they know the advantage of exotic indigenous, what role does it play in environment general. That's all what I could tell you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ntate Lawrence. You can see from Ntate Lawrence, right, the transition from working in, on, with, and for was weaved in, right? And where he's in. Now I'm going to ask our Ntate Jerry, our farm operations manager, because he has to deal with focusing us every day. Ntate Jerry, maybe you want to share with us your own journey of growing into the farm operations manager.
Thanks, Ntate Prof. Good evening. Let's start say before we starting about the regenerative. It was last year, if I remember correctly. We went to Boulevard to Ntate Bert's farm at Boulevard to get some train. So when we come back, we're starting with the animals. So that the animals, we're using them as the tools to build the soil. So we've got the pigs, we've got the chickens, the layers, and also we've got the cattle. So we use the animals to build the soil, rebuild the soil. It was very tough to understand the word regenerative. So we are always sit down with the prof to try to teach us to understand what the meaning of the regenerative. So now we've got the cattle. So the cattle, we are practicing the mob grazing. So on the cattle, so we are trying to build the soil also, and also try to build the grass. So we are keeping our cattle in the camps. So we are trying to move daily. So this is how is my journey.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Jerry. So Dr. Jerry and I share a very close relationship, and I'm always giving him reflections to learn, or inviting him to do this, or inviting him to do that, and I've appreciated the steep learning curve, Dr. Jerry. But you could see the transformation of a human being is in how they experience themselves, how they experience others, and how they experience the whole farming project. That's a journey. And you can really structure that quite systematically if you've got the training interventions and you've got the new tools that we are trying to encourage them to use. So I thank you for your time and your attention. It was a glimpse of what we are doing to see this evolution in our practice of management on farming, that we need to take it seriously and develop the tools, the knowledge, and the facilitators to do this work. So I'll pause here. I think we're out of time in any case. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ndate Koshik. Thank you, Ndate Lawrence and Ndate Jerry. We appreciate it. I have a question. Hoekom het niemand vir my gesê dis Lowerland and not Lower Land? Like, you guys just let it rip, you know? Why didn't anybody correct me? So is this Lowerland? No, Lowerland. Lower. Glow. Lowerland. Okay, thank you so much. You can actually go check out the Lowerland stand. They've got a display outside if you want to have a look at the product offering. Of course, the wines are also on offer, and you can stand a chance to win. But yeah, this Lowerland, not Lowerland. You've got to forgive me. I'm a Motswana, so, I sometimes, my Afrikaans is off balance. Okay, so there's popcorn on the table for everybody. I see some of y'all have already snacked on it, but for those that have already got a package, you're just in time for us to showcase a Regenerative Futures documentary that's going to be showcased on national platforms, DSTV, I believe, as well as ETV, as put together by the Kagiso Trust. So you are actually going to have a first preview of this documentary. Are you ready? Okay.
Welcome to Russell's Valley NPC. This is an ecoversity hosted by Naledi Village and Russell's Valley Farm. We're pioneering a new way to farm regeneratively with the community and educate them on the practice of regenerative farming. For people who have never been here, it's a farming project that's trying to create a model for farming that is pioneering a way of doing agriculture with local communities. And you have people pioneering a way of farming that we need for this moment, I would say everywhere in the world. So Russell's Valley will become and is preparing itself to become a node of specialist farming and regenerative farming in particular, knowledge and practice.
Okay, so we are somewhere between the Karoo and the Kalahari, Upper Karoo and Lower Kalahari meets here. We are a mixed organic farm, and what we are trying to do is to build a living ecosystem with a lot of integration between all our crops and animals. So we will try and live on the edges of where the magic happens. For us, farming is like a mix of, you know, there's science, but there's art, there's philosophy, and there's a lot of design and a lot of creativity. And yeah, I think we're just super excited about designing farms where we really work with nature, but really work with nature in the sense that we try and work with the seasons. Yeah, so there's just a lot of learning. It's always learning here.
Bertie could see as our technical partner because, you know, I'm an expert educator and management and leadership development person, but I'm learning a lot of farming from our relationship with Bertie, which goes back almost 15 years. And it was an important collaboration to sustain because, you know, with our work for Kagiso Trust to build a training manual that is able to take people through education and practice experience of working in regenerative enterprises, then working on them, improving them, and then working with them so that they can play their role more significantly in a societal today. And we hope that becomes the gold standard for building entrepreneurial and enterprises in regenerative agriculture in the future. I got to Naledi Village one very cold, wintry morning, and we met in the community. And very quickly, when Bertie Kutsia asked me for the community to kind of experiment with the training program I was starting to build for him, Naledi was the first community I thought of. I just imagined this valley as a huge potential valley to start with because the people know animals. They've had this long heritage of permaculture. And the enthusiasm I got after our first training session and starting wherever we start from was enough to convince me to work pursuing. We're standing in the Naledi Village. This is where all of my colleagues live and stay. It's home to about 55 families, and they've been here for generations, and they have settled in this valley, and they own this part of the land. These colleagues mean a hell of a lot to me because they are here at the coalface every day, and they are, you know, warm people you're working alongside, and you feel you feel we're fighting for the same future and the same possibilities. So I call them my colleagues and not workers, is to highlight how much I depend on their own growth, and for my own growth as well, depend on their relationships with me. So one of the things I really enjoy doing is walking this farm. So I typically walk the farm and I normally follow the cattle so I can look at the camps that are rested for about 5 or 7 days. I love the silence here. I'm drawn to the silence here. And I think farming is about the silence and the hills and valleys.
Kgomo tse ka mona di ngata haholo, but tsona re kgona hore ha di tsile re kgona hore di collecte di be one side kaofela. Yeah, hoseng ke ata hoseng ke tlo tla ke check-a dikgomo, if ha ke ta check-a dikgomo re lokisana le taba ya fence hore na fence e tsamaya jwang. Dikgomo di ske tsa kgona hore di itlole. Ga e change after that re beela ka mo side dikgomo le tswa ga di move hore di kgone hore di fumane jwang. Mosebetsi o motle haholo, ga kgona hore o etse dintho tsa rona di tsamaya hantle.
Die boer op sy foon. So this is our freezer. We pack everything from here. I'll just show you a quick look inside. This is our pork bangers, and then we have pork mince. Everything is regen farming, so we never feed any grains to our ruminants. I believe it's delicious meat. The taste is just on another level, and obviously it takes a lot longer to get the animals to the place where they are slaughter ready. Yeah, so for us, the main thing is to finish everything that we start on the farm. So we want to sell meat, we want to sell steaks, we want to sell the whole animal. So it's a circular economy. All our waste from our milling goes to the feed that goes to the pigs. And then we finish the pigs, we slaughter the pigs, we butcher the pigs, and then we sell the final product. So this is sourdough rusks from our stone ground flour, our pecan nuts. Yeah, and we do it sourdough. That's the main thing. And then this is basically a test bakery. So because we mow stone ground flour, everything's from the farm. Every week we bake with the batch that we are sending out. We call it biscuits and briskets. Yo, the animals, so we moved the animals and they went through a bees. We found a lot of bees, so they were stinging us now from all sides. Yeah, still got one here. Yes. We just finished harvesting our organic maize, the first field of the season. So if you look into the maize, there's a lot of green, a lot of cover crops that was growing under the maize. So at the moment, this is just a perfect balanced ration for the animals. So we brought in our mixed herd, which is a herd of cows, of oxen, of calves, and then our sheep. So it's one big herd, trying to create as much impact as we can. We call it total grazing. These animals will eat absolutely everything. So it will be weeds, it will be roughage, the green pastures. And then when you move them on, you have a big impact. And then if you want stuff to regrow, you give them a lot of time to regrow. The other advantage is you move the animals away from their own manure. So basically they move to fresh pastures every day. And this also helps to break all the pest cycles, meaning they're not going back to where they were yesterday. So if there were anything like worms or parasites, then you're moving them away, and then the chickens will follow behind to clean the manure and basically break anything that's left. All the pest cycles, they will eat they will eat the dung beetles that come in, they will eat the larvae in the manure, and the animals basically leave a big part of the protein for the chickens when they pass behind. Yeah, so if we talk about the meat quality from pastured animals, it takes them a lot longer to get to a place where they are fat and ready for slaughter. So in my opinion, and from what I've tasted, just a lot richer, a lot more tastiness. The meat is definitely tasty. And if you have fat, normally the fat is also it's more a marbled fat, more like an integrated fat into the meat. But it's amazing to eat. It's delicious, and yeah. If you look at the calmness of the cattle around us, I think in this system, apart from today when we were running from the bees, we try to be very calm around our animals. So they are, yeah, we never scream, we never chase them around. They're used to us and moving them around every day. And what I love about this system is also that you have contact with the animals at least 2 times a day. So they are very used to us, we are very used to them. The cattle will follow us into a new pasture. We won't chase them into a new pasture. And I think that's just a super calm way to farm. And also the fact that you see the animals every day, you can assess their condition. If there's a sick animal, you're quick to see it. Yeah, there's so many positives to farm in this way. Okay, we are in a peanut orchards. At the moment we are hand harvesting. And then in our agroecology systems, trees just play a massive role because you can farm also under the trees, even if it's cover crops. In our case, when we plant a new orchard, we try and plant vegetables or any cash crop in between until the trees are big enough to give us a yield. And then normally we will use the animals in between. I think across the world, these type of systems, you know, it got many names. Agroforestry, in the tropics they call it syntropic farming when they use stuff like bananas and so on. But for me, this makes so much sense to have a perennial crop. It will give shade for your animals, even shade sometimes for the crops that you plant in between, with the leaves falling off, organic matter on the soil. So yeah, just an amazing crop to have in a system.
A regenerative farmer will look to minimize any external input and work with the natural biosphere rhythms in the place. You would notice here that there isn't any smell of the pigs themselves, and that's part of the natural regulation system by moving them from camp to camp. And there's also the manure that they're on a ground is just regulating the smells and the manure. So Russell's Valley is a place of experimentation and building new knowledge.
So the challenge we have in the Eastern Free State is that the cold here becomes really a problem you have to work with in the cycle.
My colleague here in Tate Lifa has come up with an innovative way to grow this rootstock through the winter.
No, Maria. Go di ska tsa utlwa bohloko ene ke na le nako ha bona ke nke patsi ke be jwale ka ke be di ke a besa mantsi buya ka be di sia di jwalo gore go ska wa bata ka mona o futhumale ho bona di kgona ho phela di tlo phela ka hostel di tla be di hantle di ka ntle jwalo ka di fate tse ding le tse ding di emara di ntsha makana o fungwane mo tla sa sfate ke sfate sa paina le sa le oka ke tsona tse etsang moitedi o hantle for go ka jala ka ona o phetse o hantle ka be ke o kopanya le bikinyana ya santa ke nka santa ha ke nka santa ka be ke lonka ba dikgomo lona go mixa ba se o bodile seng o kenye fela o sa bola ba ha o sa bola o lo ba dikgomo o tlo tshisa dijalo ndane dijalo ha di no gona o mela.
The soil is the most important investment we make in the way we think about animals, in the way we think about planting cover crops and organizing grazing and foraging. So everything we do is to improve the vitality, the carbon levels in the soil, and the water holding capacity. We're walking down to the agroforestry tree lane, and the purpose of the agroforestry tree lanes is to stabilize the contours on the farm so that water flows down the valley slower. So the contours on a farm like Russell's Valley are really important because the contours are the places where we have all of the nutrient processing. And the way we're planting the trees on this contour is following a pattern of using pioneer trees that grow well in the valley, and they create a mini ecosystem for the fruit, nut, and understory layer, and the permaculture stack of plants, herbs, and vegetables that are possible below them.
Okay, here we have our chickens. We do have around 1,200 chickens on this side. This is a happy chicken, especially when they do these dust parts of them. So they are happy. You can see a happy chicken is a chicken that's alive and that is walking. To work at Lowland Farm is one of the best gifts of my life personally. The past year has been amazing. I didn't know anything about farming. What I do know now is a lot about chickens, cattle, pigs, sheep, you name it. I wanted to farm. I didn't have the skills. I had no knowledge about farming. But ever since me being on Lower Land, I do know that I have accomplished like a lot of goals, ticking off all the boxes on farming, how to farm, how to handle the animals that I do want to farm with. So that will help a lot in the future.
Okay, so this is our Cabernet block. We call it the Kudu Cabernet block. As you can see, if you look down the rows, you'll see that the pigs, the coops have come all the way down the rows. So how our pig operation works is that we wean the piglets from their mothers on around 6 to 8 weeks, depending on the season. And then we wean them into these movable tractors. And we try to move these up to 8 times a day, depending on the amount of piglets, the size. The concept is that if they are in the vineyard, they get used to being controlled in some sort of space, because from here they will go to electric fences. But at this age, they're too small, so they will just go under the fences. So we use the tractors to train them in. And then also by moving them through the vineyards, every year we just keep fertilizing the vines, keep fertilizing the vines. So they will move. They will eat the weeds and the cover crops. They will leave their manure behind for fertilizer. They will dig in the ground. And, you know, instead of using fuel to disc in or fuel to roll down cover crops, instead of paying for fertilizer, instead of using a spreader to get your manure from the kraal back into the vineyards, and instead of spraying any form of chemicals, using the fuel and paying for it and doing the action, the pigs are doing all of the work, and in return you can sell pork and meat. I think what's great for the pigs in this setup is that if you look at a piglet when the sow farrows, the first thing that a piglet will do is start digging in the soil. It's like the first instinct they have even before they drink milk from their mother. And you know, it's just like, it's the pigness of a pig is to be able to dig in the soil. And I think this is, you know, it's so great that they can just dig in the soil, they can eat. Yeah, so in the vineyards, we use what we call a green mulch. That's basically a living mulch. So it's a cover crop that we also use to cover the soil and to be our weed of choice. So in this case, we have a lot of veg, which is a magic plant, which is a legume that we use a lot. It self-seeds, so we don't need to plant it. We just graze it at certain times and then we wait for the seeding. And we already had the cattle and the sheep through here probably a month ago. And this is the regrowth. And here you can see the manure from the cattle breaking down. So yeah, this is the magic of the system where you play the edges and one thing just plays into the other.
Mornings, Archie. I'm going to run you guys through our piggery. These ones basically here behind me are average now on 9 months old. We have 2 pig groups, one boar and one sow group. They are basically grazing now here. Cover crop of us, which is mustard, veg, radish, a lekker mix for them in preparation for our next cash crop that we're going to plant here, either wheat, which is the follow-up now, and then back is going to be the maize one. So they are preparing actually this field for us. That's you can see what they plow with the nose, and just with minimum distribution and tilling of their topsoil, basically what they're doing.
I started as an intern in 2019. Coming straight from university, and then I came to the farm to do my practicals here, and then that's how I started. As an intern from the Department of Agriculture, and then by chance I happened to land in Priska. Well, for every intern that comes, they have a chance to rotate in all the departments that we have on the farm.
So we have amazing team on the farm. Everybody runs their departments as if it's 100% their own operation. And for us, there's a lot of focus on training, on collective discussions about if we make a mistake, how can we improve on the mistake. I think this type of system is a people-driven system.
You know, the love, the support, the guidance, the mentorship that gives one a nice place to be at and to know that you belong. So that's very, very motivating, even if you sometimes not sure and doubt yourself, but to know that you are in a family that is very loving and they are there for each other. So that's very nice. It's a very complex system, but with everyone's effort, then it just makes it nice and easier.
My conviction after studying a farm like Boulevard, that to farm in a way that's nature positive, you had to build a human system. I work with some phenomenal people on this project, and ordinary, everyday South African people.
Yeah, I think this farm is very special for us as a community of Naledi, because if you can see the surrounding areas or surrounding farmers, it's not many villages that are having a good relationship or partnership with the farm owners. So here, the owners of the farm and the village, we're having a partnership, but how we can start a new model of the farming. We only know the old model that we're using, but we didn't know about the model that we can use it to generate the income.
Working with Professor Koshik is also empowering me to be a leader. He doesn't always give us easy things, but he empowers us to think, not just wake up today and just say, okay, I'm going to do, but always we need to plan ahead. Being a manager comes with a lot of responsibility. We make sure that we develop our community. We train them, we get them to understand the business side. Unlike before, they were just growing crops, just having animals, not thinking about business. Working together with them, we try to show them the business side of things, which they accepted very well, because it's like it's an opportunity they have been waiting for. They've been waiting for someone to come and teach them this model. So working with them is not that difficult, because it's like they've been waiting for this opportunity. After we received the land, we started working, but we didn't have a strong leadership we are having now with Professor Koshik. I think most of the time we feel we are the owners. Whatever we do, we don't feel like we are employed. We actually owning whatever we have. For them coming is just to assisting us, but actually that's why even here we work so freely. Even the hospitality team, they own the place. Working with Kagiso Trust, we started to work with them here at Rustlers Valley. It has been a good journey so far. They have supported us with knowledge, the infrastructure, everything that we wanted. Without Kagiso Trust, we wouldn't be where we are today.
We have an excellent funder in Kagiso Trust. I think they understood the ambition of the project, and there are not many people who get the kind of capability that is required to change agriculture and society.
For us, agriculture became an exciting opportunity because it sits right in the middle of that intersection, if you like, that spot where it can begin to talk to a number of issues around what the country is grappling with. So it became an organic input into what we are doing. So hopefully, you will know us more on what Kagiso Trust is doing to actually ignite human capacity to participate in economic activity through agri as well. We have seen again and again when we go to communities that people always have got something to give. Our role is to ignite, and that's why we say Kagiso Trust is about igniting human capacity. So we are really looking forward to see human capacity flourish and being ignited.
So, as a funder, the Kagiso Trust team saw the importance of the inclusivity of these voices, but also the big shift we need to make to change education in agriculture so that people leave education experiences empowered and able to take the next steps. So we have a funder that really understands the complexity we're working with, but also understands the total system we're both working to shift together.
The great thing about regenerative agriculture is it just threw open everything. It just invited farmers in and say, listen, let's look at the soil, let's be creative, let's integrate stuff, let's bring big herds of cattle onto the field, let's regenerate grasslands, let's graze the world green again. So the regen space, I think, has done so much to really bring agriculture to a place where so many people can be excited about it again.
We have an ecosystem that's investable. If you look at the training model, and Boulevard and Russell's Valley explored it, we should invite more of these businesses to create the future of agriculture.
Regenerative agriculture is way more than farming. Regenerative agriculture is a system that has conditions, that creates the conditions to bring people, land, and the environment together in a cohesive way. I think it restores our value system to a certain extent around how we care for our land. At Kagiso Trust, we want to play that ecosystem role. We want to enable the system. We want to provide the platform that discussions can be convened, programs can be co-created, investments can come in a catalytic way, partnerships can be bred. So we believe that regenerative agriculture is one of those tools that we're using. We are excited about all our work at Kagiso Trust. So in socioeconomic development, I think we're on the right track. We are grateful for the partners that we are working with. We are grateful to the communities that allow us to come and work with them, that entrust us with their land and their commitment and time and effort. And we will remain true to our commitment to see a just and an inclusive society in our country.
documentary. And wasn't it just great to actually physically, with your eyes, see the work? It's very different to being able to just hear about it, but seeing the practice and seeing that it's possible, that it's doable, to community, through informal knowledge building, and just pulling together resources and skills to make it happen. That was absolutely amazing. Thank you to all that are involved. Of course, that particular documentary is produced by Food for Mzansi and with the support of Kagiso Trust. And it's going to be showcased on ETV and DSTV channels. I'll try and get information as to when exactly it will be showcased, and I'll share that with you. But that's it for now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a lunch break. Please be back at 2. You can come back in the auditorium at 2, and then I will let you know how we're going to split for the formation group so that we can get the ball rolling on that. Thank you all. Actually forgot to say that this is where it's going to end. Thank you very much for joining us. If you've been watching online, this is where we're going to leave it for today. Thank you.